about none of y'all. If that's how the fuck you want me to answer this, I don't give a fuck about none of y'all. In whole cold-hearted honesty, you don't do a fuck thing for my kid. You ain't never did shit for my daughter. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about none of y'all, gang.
What's up, son?
Oh, my bad, Paul.
Don't trip, son. I ain't take that shit personal. I don't take shit personal no more. But I was just letting you know. She sent me a copy of a text message or email, and she said it was from you, but it probably wasn't from you. She just trying to start shit. But it said, yeah, oh, you probably was talking about one of the dudes she was fucking with, but she made it seem like you was talking to me. You know what I'm saying? Talking about me. Like, I told you he didn't love you or give a fuck about you just like the rest of the niggas. And I had to relook at it like, oh, that's just... Yeah, son.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright. My bad ass for coming off like that. I'm a little tipsy and I hate when Lizzie try to do that shit. Like, you know how she do pop.
Yeah, I know.
Want that motherfucker. So boom, right? I did. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you because I'm a man. I'm a man now. I'm gonna be 21 in 5 days.
Yeah.
I did think that you was a bitch ass nigga, but hold on, let me tell you why. Because she making it seem like you telling the people's this and you telling CPS that and you not letting her get the kids and taking her kids and just doing a whole bunch of weird shit. You feel me? So not trying to let her see them. Now that's where I get mad. I be like, well, he acting like a bitch ass nigga. So why he doing that?
Not son. Why
she
would
talking about spending money on the chains and the kids looking like birds when you see them and all this other shit.
Man, come on, bro, man. You know me, man. And my money got nothing to do with her. That's what I'm talking about, man. She trying to get them it. She doing too motherfucking much, man. Like I said, it's 4 motherfucking kids in here. Have I ever bought y'all Jordans like that?
That's what I said. You didn't start buying me. You didn't start you, but even then, you was giving me my own money. And you was just
Exactly, bro. But you know, as kids, I'm not gonna do that.
Right, because they're not even of age, and that's what I try to tell her.
Right.
I try to tell her like, well, me, I didn't start getting Air Force Ones. I didn't start buying me Air Force Ones until I got up in age.
Yeah, and she know that. She know that, bro. You know what I'm saying? She just mad because I got the kids. And I told her, bro, these kids ain't going nowhere until they come back to your home. Lizzie been fucking up. Lizzie goddamn it had dirty UAs and some more shit, but I can't talk about her case. But
see, she not telling me that. See, but she just texted me the other day after we got into it. A whole week later, she gonna text my baby mama and was like, calling CPS was a bold move. Lady, we never called no fucking peoples on you.
Right.
Them your friends and them and the people that you get into it with. Because see, look, I'm gonna tell you about your daughter right now. Your daughter thinks she a loan shark, motherfucking mob boss, whatever the fuck she wanna call herself. I pay her $60 to use her car.
Right.
I paid her $60 to use her car, right?
Right.
She texted me and say, my friend just sent me a dub, she need the car. I said, hell no.
Right. You paid $60 for that motherfucker. Hell no.
You in the hospital any fucking way. And you should really be letting your brother get the car and you know I'm gonna pay you to use your fucking car.
Right.
And then you try to get into it with my baby mama, like because my baby mama's really the one helping you out, because I would bring your car back on the same shit that's in the tank as what it was when I picked it up, you know?
Right.
Why am I finna give you half a tank and I pick this motherfucker up on E?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense, son. That makes sense.
Come on now. So she get mad at me. She like, oh, well, just hurry up, bring my car. Nobody gotta ask me for shit. Nobody.
Yeah, that's the famous Lizzie shit. Yep.
Alright, so I'm like, I bring her car the next day. She like, where my car at? I'm telling her, it's outside the hospital. She where? I'm like, when you walk out the hospital, make a right and make another right, and your car gonna be sitting right there. She, oh, you gotta pay for that and wooty bam. But hey, that ain't got shit to do with me. You wanted your car, and then you try to tell me to bring your car all the way home. And you give me a lift back from the hospital. Well, give me a lift back from your house to the hospital. And after I leave the hospital, I gotta get on the bus and take myself home? Absolutely not.
That's bogus. That's bogus as fuck.
We'll pay $20.
Right.
And the whole time I'm using it, I'm trying to make moves and I'm trying to do this. But you trying to give your car to somebody who's finna go sell a pussy, right?
Right.
That's what you condone in there, right?
Right.
And you ain't getting no money from it. So then, boom, let's fast forward 4 days later. I'm like, Lizzie, where you at so I can get my clothes? Where your car at so I can get my clothes? I'm willing to get on the bus and travel just to go get my clothes.
Right.
She get mad and all this other shit. Well, I'm over here doing this. Mind you, everybody's scared of my little brother. I don't know why they scared of LA, but everybody is scared of my little brother.
Mm-hmm.
So boom, I'm like, okay, if you right there, you down the street from my brother. Bring my clothes to my mama house so my brother can get my clothes. My brother all open arms ready to get my clothes, everything. She drive around the city and argues with me, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. This is how I knew my sister was high. Everybody know Lizzie go to sleep at 8, 9 o'clock at night. It's midnight and you sitting over here arguing with your brother. I know you was high.
Yeah.
It was 1 in the morning. I know you high, sis. And then guess what she did, Pops? So she gonna talk about this girl dad. She gonna talk about what this girl dad. And then when I jump back on the phone and I say, well, you had the same thing happen, and you basically had fucking Bella. You're gonna bring up Bella, whoopie whoopie, baby, woo woo. But you just brought up a whole scenario of this girl dad that you really don't even have no full fucking facts about, bitch.
Exactly.
And she don't got nothing to do with it. She trying to mediate it like, well, both of y'all just calm down. But your friend want to get into it, and your friend want to speak on shit. So now she getting at it with everybody. And Lizzie, stop acting like nobody know the real you, gang.
Exactly.
So she threw my clothes outside. She threw my clothes outside in the middle of the street, Pops. I have nothing, no clothes.
Are you serious, son?
No birth certificate, no nothing. All I got is my ID. Everything was in her crib and in her car. Because my mom had just freshly moved. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait till the first to move back to my mama's house from where I'm at, you know?
Right.
I'm going to wait till the first to give my mom some time to get settled in where she living at. And you feel me? And now I got to buy all new shit and all this shit. I got a baby on the way in less than 2 months. I'm finna have a newborn baby in less than 2 months. And you just made me have to damn near restart my whole.
What you finna have, son? The son?
No, I'm finna have a girl. Another
God damn. God damn it. God damn it. Can we get some boys, please? Shit. Oh, god damn. Where the boys at, man?
So she did that.
Mm-hmm.
Did that, and ever since then, I ain't talked to her. But I rolled past her crib, and I'm like, her curtains and shit is down. I know my sister. She said they failed. I don't believe that shit. Because her TV not sitting by the window like it usually do.
So you think somebody went in there and took some shit?
I think somebody went in her crib, took some shit, or she was talking that shit.
And got into a fight.
And got into it with a motherfucker because she was talking that shit, and they called CPS on her and ran to her crib. And I texted her, I said, bro, stop telling motherfuckers that we into it, and stop getting into it with me in front of your peoples, bro.
Yeah, I've been telling her ass that, man, but she don't fucking listen, man. And I told her ass like this, son. I said, I'm your father. I told you, if this shit happen, I'm gonna keep these kids until you get them back. Bro, how is that me taking your kids?
And she didn't say it. She not saying nothing like that.
I know she not. She telling everybody some bullshit. And her auntie see through it. You see what I'm saying?
I know Monique see through it.
You know what I'm saying? Because Monique know me, man. She know I ain't gonna do nothing to no motherfucking kids. Especially not my blood, bro. Especially not my blood. So I'm like, why is you telling these people I'm...
She also said that I said that you don't love her and this and that, but she not also telling you what she said to me. She said that, oh, and that's why your dad think you lying about what happened with Michael and all.
Bro, I ain't never said... Yeah.
That shit was almost 10 years ago, bro.
Right. Right. You know what I'm saying? Bro, she told them people everything about me, bro. Like, everything. You know what I'm saying? To where now these motherfuckers trying to get my license taken away. I'm fighting with the CPS worker because she telling Nyla them to say I whooped her and all that. Man, that shit crazy, man.
And then she just probably fucked up with somebody else about that raggedy ass car. And they called them people on her because it wasn't me. She talking about some calling CPS was a bold move. On my daughter, I would never call both my kids. I would never call CPS.
Bro, don't nobody do that. That's why I told her. She come at me like, you told CPS I ain't tell. Only thing I told them people is Lizzie needs some mental help. That's it. And she do. Yeah, I mean, am I lying, bro?
Yeah, she said that you told them about the heart condition and shit.
No, bro, she lying about that because they found out.
Even if you did, and you're not wrong, because I done witnessed it for myself. She been in the hospital for days. How the fuck you gonna take care of some kids? What you gonna do? Call me?
Right.
What you gonna do? Call me and tell me to take care of the fucking kids?
Yeah.
Like I was doing at first.
Yep. Yep.
Let's not forget how she even lost the kids because she fell asleep. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. She fell asleep off the coke. She was coming down off cocaine. She fell asleep. Cherish was in the house too. She fell asleep because me and her had got done fighting. So she downstairs in the basement asleep. Ain't nobody obligated to watch your kids.
No, they not, bro. No, they not. And she think I like doing this shit, bro. I can't even go on tour right now. I'm supposed to be on tour.
That they whole life, a motherfucker gotta stop what they doing to help you, cause you steady doing wrong, and then you not saying that you got dirty UAs. You not telling your brother you got dirty UAs. You just making it seem like, cause when she was getting high around us, she wasn't going to treatment.
Yep. Yep.
She wasn't dropping.
Yep. And that's what she doing now. That's why she going to the hospital, bro.
After the 3 days she was pushed back, she would have to go with it. It was mandatory for her to go in and drop it. She said pushed it back and pushed it back.
But see, she make it seem like we be the only ones that she doing shit in front of, and we not. I know for a fact we not.
I know, bro.
My clothes out, and I told her, I said, sis, don't do no weird shit before my birthday. And what she do? She did some weird shit right before my birthday. All this shit happened this month, Pops. All this happened this month. All this happened this month.
And that's what I keep telling everybody. Lizzie dramas with every fucking body, man. Everybody.
They gonna tell me that's why I fall out with all my siblings. First of all, me and Justice ain't fall out. Justice had got mad at me because I ain't gonna lie. I smoked some weed. I did. And she told me, Justice told me, she was like, I know you didn't do it on no malicious act. You didn't do it because you feel me. She knows. Me and my sister already had it. First of all, Justice is my favorite sister.
Hey,
that's my favorite.
Cause she don't do all that dumb shit. She don't backstab motherfuckers and all that. She don't even call motherfuckers and tell them about what y'all do. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I know that she was bullshit. My sister just say call you and tell you that I did shit to her. When I get to Justice ain't even that big of a deal.
Nope.
And Justice ain't even mad at me about the shit.
You're right. But Lizzie take shit and she try to destroy your life and all of that shit. Like she didn't, man, bro. She didn't told these people I choke her kids and all kind of shit, bro.
She weird, Pop. She weird. Lizzie weird like that.
And everybody know I don't whoop your ass. It take me a lot to whoop your ass.
First of all, I don't remember getting a whoop. Well, I do. I remember the first whooping I got because I shit in the tub. My dad put me in the tub. I was probably like 5, 6 years old. He was standing at Brooklyn Center across the street from Speedway. I must have shitted in the tub. I didn't get my daddy put his hands on me for another. I said,
until you 13 and you came in the house and said, I'm a crip. And I dropped you on your head.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. But I respected the fact that you told me and I told you that. My dad never whipped me, so I don't whip my own kids. So what make you think I'm whipping on her kids, bro? Come on, man.
Even then, how is you gonna whip on a child with mental disabilities?
Exactly.
First of all, she's telling everything. Nyla telling everything.
Yeah, she is. Nyla telling every fucking thing.
You can't even raise your hand to a phone to my homie. She gonna tell everything.
Yep. That's Nyla. That's why I don't fuck with her. I just tell her go in her room. You sit in your motherfucking room. I ain't finna whip your ass because you ain't finna get me locked up.
So yeah, I do apologize to you.
Bro, yeah, I ain't take that shit. You see, I ain't respond like I normally respond. Like, nigga, fuck you. Where you at, nigga? You know what I'm saying? No, bro, I ain't doing that shit no more, son. I love you. You my son. Goddamn it. And goddamn it, when you get my grandbaby, bring her to me. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ask. That's all I've been asking everybody. Bring her to me.
Sometimes you might come get me, you know how you gonna take the bus all the way to St. Paul. You know that shit.
Yeah, I know. No, I know he can't be in St. Paul. I know that. No, my son can't be in the Paul because he did too much.
She just had me in the Paul right off of Lexington.
Oh, she did? Yeah, she on that bullshit, man. And she was like, see, your son don't love you. See? I was like, man, go on with that bullshit, man.
But she just did the same thing to me. You see, I ain't calling you.
Right.
First of all, I don't speak.
talk. Real talk. Real talk.
I'm gonna keep it 1,000. Me, shit, when it was my birthday, I got to get my ears pierced. I got brand new shoes, all type of shit. Don't worry about it. Like a few months after my birthday, I got a call. Don't worry about it.
That's why I'm telling the ass, man. And I'm finna give you another one. Shit. Cause I just gotta get my Caprice fixed. And once I get my Caprice fixed, I got a little piece of shit ass car you got.
I do need a little piece of shit just to get around.
Yeah. That's what I drive. Shit, I ain't afraid to drive. That's why I'm like, she talking about, I'm trying to buy a house. I'm trying to do other shit. Ain't nobody. I got my change before. Goddammit, them kids even got here, and then they didn't even give us no money for 2 months.
Pops, you too grown to be running behind your grown ass kids.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not 15, 16 no more. You don't gotta look over me, nigga. As long as you know I'm alive.
That's all I give a fuck about. That you still breathing.
Keep holding my hand through life. See, that's what they expect. They expect motherfucker to hold their hand through life.
Hell yeah. You getting it, son. You understand that shit.
And I got kids.
Exactly.
So if I'm staying going to dad, hey, dad,
Exactly. You know, that's my only thing, take care of my grandbabies. And like I said, breathing. Yeah. Or you would be like, Dad, I gotta grab my daughter some diapers or something.
Can I need that shit like that? I actually be needing the money for something.
Yeah. She be asking.
If you don't feel comfortable sending the money to me, can you just go grab the diapers yourself?
Yep.
Just talking about.
Yeah.
Because my little brother tweaking.
Mm-hmm.
But that shit get tiring. Y'all don't think it get tiring of motherfuckers grown ass kids asking them for something and they struggling their damn self?
Hell yeah.
Come on, bro. Like, and then y'all want me to be the kid in the sibling that don't nobody like, and I'm trying to figure out why when I don't do what y'all do.
Cause they want you to be the one that don't get like. Cause goddamn it, for Lizzie, it justifies the shit bullshit she be telling them people.
But again, cause my baby mamas ain't into it with CPS. My baby mamas got their cribs.
Exactly.
My baby mamas got their cribs and their kids. My baby mamas ain't on subsidized housing and still trying to figure it out.
Hell yeah.
Whoa, shit. Look, you're a criminal. That's a different story.
Yeah, you said you a criminal. That's a different story. I like her, man, because she been in your quarter, bro.
You feel me? But our kids ain't gonna be in this situation. We ain't gonna let it fall like that. And I'm the baby daddy that give a fuck too much. Hey, baby,
Exactly.
Give me the kids.
You just like me, and I gave my baby moms back to y'all mamas. I ain't go after y'all mamas, take y'all mamas to court, call CPS and all that shit. I ain't do that shit.
That's why I'm like, Lizzie, what is you doing wrong? Because my mom was getting high, but my dad gave me right back.
Yep.
I was able to still see my mom, call my mom. If I wanted to go outside, I was still able to go outside. What is y'all doing wrong?
No, bro, she got them people involved. I told Lizzie before the people even got involved, give me the kids.
See, I'm not even knowing like she dropping dirty UAs because you know I'll be on Lizzie ass.
Yeah, but she dropping clean ones because what she does is she get high, then she go into the hospital, and when she got a drop, she'll go in the hospital. And goddamn it, and then the shit'll come out your system. So when you getting flushed, it's flushing it out your system.
See, and then she just trying to make it seem like you just this paranoid schizophrenic who don't know shit, who don't do shit. I know my pops. If anything, I'm a reincarnation of my pops. I'm might be a little bit of a paranoid schizophrenic, but bitch, what the fuck going on?
No, exactly. Exactly. That part right there. Exactly. You call me what you want. You can say I'm a schizophrenic. Yeah, I'm crazy as hell. I kill a motherfucker. That's why.
That's why.
Shit.
I might hear a little bit of voices, but my voices don't be lying.
Exactly. They tell me the motherfucking truth. Shit. Leave me the fuck alone. But goddamn it, man, it's just like I told them, man. But you running around here with these bullshit ass niggas and letting niggas beat on you and shit like that. But you want to talk about your bed.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't got a bullshit bitch pregnant yet. But you letting all these bullshit niggas get you pregnant.
Exactly.
A bullshit bitch. Want me to give you the definition of a bullshit bitch? I was gonna say that, but I ain't gonna say that about my sister. I'm gonna say a bullshit bitch who ain't gonna do nothing with themselves, but try to get nowhere with themselves. You graduated high school, right? My first baby mama graduated, right? Okay, and my first baby mama got a crib over her head, right? You trying to get a crib over your head, right? Okay, when the baby get here, you gonna stop everything that you doing that's function, right? Okay,
She ain't got no choice.
When Maya first had that baby, see, Maya never did no function, and I think that's why Lizzie really don't like nobody, because my baby mamas don't do the shit her baby dads do. Her baby dads be out here high as hell, out here doing this and out here doing that, all type of shit.
Hell yeah.
It's like, come on now, it ain't like, you feel me? I can see, and Emmanuel, that's probably the only good one, but you make Emmanuel seem bad because you don't like him.
No, that nigga bad, bro. That nigga choked your sister out.
Sometimes you gotta choke a motherfucker out.
Especially Lizzie. Oh shit! But I was on the phone and I heard that shit, so that's my beef with him.
You gotta understand, shit on live all day, probably fall asleep on the live, all type of shit.
Oh wow!
You don't understand, like as much as you don't want to understand it, you raised a whore.
I didn't. That was her mama. Her mama a whore. Because you know I ain't let motherfuckers go nowhere, bro. You know I didn't. Son, you know I ain't let no motherfucker go nowhere. Where you going? What, nigga?
I can say that's true.
What, nigga?
If you ain't going to Family Dollar and back, shit.
Hell yeah.
If you ain't going to Family Dollar Tree at the gas station and back, you out of there.
Hell yeah. You know I ain't play that shit.
But at least you make it seem like it's because of your wife. Like, come on, bro.
Man, she mad because my wife got money. That's all that is.
Then she said you made her put the restraining order on her.
I made my wife put the restraining. No, she threatened my wife's kids. My wife did that shit on her own. So if that's the case, why I'm not on the restraining order?
She didn't say that. She said no. That's what she said. She said.
I thought she said the wife's lying. Your dad was making your wife do that because he don't want to give her kids back. All the money he getting for the kids, he's spending on chains, but they bought the kids nothing. Kids be dirty and bummy and.
Hey, see, this how she talking. This how she talking about you to other people.
The wife up to get the baby from Monique's house, and all she said was, "Please take care of my baby." And then y'all put assault charges on her. Y'all
First of all, Monique moved out of state, so when Monique moved out of state, the baby automatically would have to go to my dad.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it was a day that.
And Moses wasn't gonna get the baby because Moses gonna take care of fucking kids.
No, Moses ain't having it. Moses, get your fucking kids. No, bro. So this what happened with that.
What happened with that part?
She kept hitting up my wife, and she threatened my wife's kids. Told my wife she was gonna come over here and kill her kids. So my wife got pissed off, and goddamn it, instead of shit getting into an uproar and all of that shit for her threatening the kids, because you know my wife got family and got killers in her family. So goddamn it, man, she like, alright, I'ma file this thing. So when she pulled up, Monique kept telling her to get back in the car. I wasn't there, bro. She kept telling her to get back in the car. Lizzie walked up on the lady and said something. So she told the CPS worker, and it was the same CPS worker that she be dick riding that filed that on her.
She told my baby mama that you sat in the car and you allowed all of this to happen. That's what Lizzie
Bro, I wasn't there. Monique will tell you I wasn't there. Because me and Monique was into it. Ask your auntie will tell you Janelle wasn't there. Because me and her would have got into it if me and Monique would have got into it if I was there.
She done probably told Monique some bullshit on me because she told Bam Bam, like, yeah, I owe her some money because Bam Bam came and brought some money for me so he can get some weed. And he, I'm like, damn, I know you probably don't even want to pull up on me because I know you heard what happened. You're like, yeah, your sister said that you ran off with some money and wookie bam and all this other shit.
When he lied, you go smell.
Man, and that's what she do, man. She assassinates your character to other people that she lying to. So when you come and tell the truth, they looking at you like, no, Lizzie telling the truth, all that shit. Lizzie always wants somebody to feel sorry for her, man.
She really mad at me because I called her a fat ass.
Yeah, she is. Shit. Sitting there, all she do is eat all fucking day.
Eat and sit in the same fucking spot.
Yeah.
She said she was never that big before she got the heart condition. I can tell her she lied.
Yeah.
You got that big after, I say, Nyla.
Yeah.
No, I say Bella. After Bella, you really got that big.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember my sister. My sister was small as hell.
Yeah, Lizzie was thick when she was younger, but shit, now she, goddamn it.
Now you wide all on the outside. I don't give a damn, bro. You stay out here trying to do that and make it seem like everybody just so against you and don't nobody care about you and all this and all that. Bro,
Man, that shit all bullshit, son. You know your father, man. I love my daughter.
Look, I ain't gonna lie.
After all this shit I've been through, bro, you know I had to go get Nyla. Nyla been with me damn near her whole life, bro. That's if we want to keep it real.
It's a possibility that all my dad's kids got a little bit of schizophrenia in them, whether it's primary schizophrenia or just schizophrenia.
No, she has it, bro. She has it.
Yeah, I believe she really does that.
Yeah, she really has schizophrenia. That's why she won't go get a mental assessment done.
You said that's why she won't go get a mental assessment done?
Yeah.
Well, shit, they pay motherfucking mental schizophrenics.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? They get put on you, man. They'll take the kids because they'll say you crazy.
But hers is crazy.
You stupid.
Like I remember staying with her and she'll be like, do you hear that or?
Yeah.
Or is you talking about me or?
Yeah, she always paranoid and she always thinks somebody out to get her.
But drugs intensify it.
Woke me up out my sleep for 3 days straight talking about you. Hear me talking about her.
Yeah.
That's why she really got the cameras and everything in her crib because she was really paranoid.
Yep. And that's why I said, man, just like when she sent me when dude was beating her ass, I'm like, is you really letting a nigga beat your ass like that? Like, I ain't never taught you to let a motherfucker put. Why you think you got brothers? Call your brothers. What the fuck?
I'm gonna put it like this. Ain't no nigga whoop her just a whoop her. I'm gonna keep it on her.
Okay. So she was on bullshit.
Your daughter is a borderline hoe.
Okay. Shit, I mean, I already know that, bro. You ain't telling me nothing that I don't know already. I know my daughter a hoe. I seen her with the niggas. I pulled up at the hotels. Ain't nobody telling me shit I don't know.
You feel me?
I don't talk about that shit though. I don't talk about that shit with her, man. I leave her ass be, man.
But when I see it, I be like, sis, you tweaking. Like, You expect
why you got this nigga here? You just had this nigga here yesterday. Why is this nigga here today? You just had a whole different.
it was one time me and my baby mama went over there for a little second. We had to go dip over there. There's a nigga sitting on the couch. Who is this? This my boyfriend. Then she turned around when we got into it and she was like, that wasn't never my nigga. It was a man. Like, she didn't know the nigga name, man.
Are you serious, my nigga? And see, that's my issue right there. I don't want my motherfucking granddaughters around random ass niggas that you don't check on. Or see, do you know she had 3 sex offenders as boyfriends? 3 of them. She talking about he wasn't no sex offender. You got me fucked up. Oh, the little girl was 13 years old. He gonna say, Lizzie gonna say the little girl lied about her age. Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga. You should be able to tell between a grown ass motherfucking woman and a child, man. If you can't tell the difference between that, then you mentally fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's like me trying to fuck with one of your your girl's friends. Like, yeah, tell old shorty to come over. Man, it's nasty as hell. I'm damn near 50, nigga. You know what I'm saying, son? Like, real talk. Like, come on, man. These niggas out here fucking with these young ass little girls, man.
I got you. Then she be trying to put out the fact that your son might be a little off. Like, okay, your son might be a little gay, whatever the case may be. But pops, it ain't like y'all ever gonna see me out here with a motherfucking boyfriend, nigga.
Right.
Don't like that on my daughter.
I told her about that shit, man. Like, don't be saying. She said that shit to me one day, and I checked her ass. I was like, man, my son is bi. That's his choice, but goddammit, I love my son regardless of whoever the fuck he is. He a man before anything. Right. I mean, but shit, who ain't? Goddammit, that's the thing nowadays. Women do it too. So why the fuck is it different from when you sleeping with a female? What's the difference? Oh, hell yeah. They do. Nigga, they gonna love you regardless, nigga. You get that gene from me, nigga. We fuck the shit out of bitches. I know. Bitches go crazy over shit. I know. Yeah.
If I go do what I do, I bet you I'm not in a relationship with a bitch because I know how this shit go. I know it can go.
Right.
Don't be trying to bring me. Don't try to bring me the fuck out of what I do. Because nigga, me, I'll never be like none of y'all.
Right.
On some real nigga shit, sis, I can't be like you. If anything, I'm trying to be like big brother. I'm trying to be like John L. I'm like married and football games and teaching kids and doing shit like that.
Right.
But you got the game fucked up. I ain't that one. I'm y'all brother, and it's really like this. I'm the brother that y'all scared of. Y'all really scared.
Yeah, they scared shitless.
Y'all really scared of me, folks, because y'all don't know what I be thinking of how I'm coming.
Hell yeah. I can second that, son. I ain't gonna even lie about that.
I told you to lock that motherfucking window. What you do? I bet you said you was gonna call the police on me.
Yeah. Oh, my Baba. That's why I told her ass, man. Then she keep bringing up Marcus to me, man. And I'm like, man, Marcus ass crazy, man. I don't give a fuck, but he doing good. He goddamn over there with his other son and shit. And
because if we can keep it 100, me and Marcus is the craziest sons that you got.
Hell yeah. I know. Y'all niggas don't get. Y'all got my I don't give a fuck side. And that's what I be telling her too. I be like, man, I said, don't get your dick talking about some. Yeah, niggas don't respect you in the street. I said, you a goddamn lie. Them niggas scared to death of me.
Does he know nobody even know? Does he know nobody know that you got no juice games and you're scared of him?
Right.
Does he know nobody know that you got no juice? Your juice is back in Milwaukee. Your juice
I told her ass, man, she need to chill, man. And she need to quit playing with them people, man. She need to quit playing with them people, man, cause she gonna get her ass popped off. That's what's gonna happen.
I just have to let you know I apologize for coming off like that.
Oh, son, I don't take none of that shit personal, man. I love you, man. Bring me my grandbaby.
I will. I'll probably get her on my birthday, and I'll come fuck with y'all on my birthday.
I bet. Alright, I'll come and pick you up then. I'll come and pick you up.
Yup. Or shit, I'll send you a low key ass park or something that we gonna do a little barbecue or something. Bring my nieces and shit so they can see their cousin.
Yup, and you can see how they really look. Not from a motherfucker telling you. And Tino, goddamn it, man, that's gonna be a nigga, boy. He gonna be like y'all ass, man. That nigga.
Like I told her, she talking about she get that, you'll never see Tino again. Nigga, I raised Tino for half his life after you.
Hell yeah.
That's my son. Nigga, I don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah. Tito, goddamn it, Tito gonna need a lot of help too. And that's what she don't realize. Tino gonna need a lot of help, fam. Tino gets sick. He got Down syndrome. She like, he ain't get sick and woo, cause you can't tell, cause Tino don't yell.
He got half a heart.
No, he got a whole heart, man. Don't listen to that shit. Tino got a whole heart. All Tino.
You know what I mean, Pops?
Yeah. He has heart surgery. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But he good now. His heart good now. So don't worry about that. It's not his heart. It's the disease he got. But don't get it fucked up. Tino is aware. Tino know what the fuck going on. Tino ain't no bitch. You know what I'm saying? He just can't walk or nothing because they develop slower than regular people.
But see, she not telling you everything that she's saying to me that's making me be like, oh yeah, Pop's acting like a bitch ass nigga. She telling me that y'all not feeding my little nigga. That's what she telling me. She telling me
wow. No, Tino, see, that's that bullshit. Tino got a thing called so his throat and swallowing and shit ain't fully developed yet. You got to think about it. Tino might be 2, but he actually 1 years old. You see what I'm saying? So he was having a problem taking in, and he kept throwing up. You know what I'm saying? So we had to take him to the hospital, sit at the hospital for a week, shit like that, till they finally figured out a way to keep him where he can eat. We're not. I don't even listen to Lizzie no more. She full of shit, man. She ain't feeding him. Every time we send him over there, she don't feed him. Talking about, this nasty. I'm not feeding my baby this. That's what the fuck he gotta eat, nigga. Know what I'm saying? But while you out here lying on me, that's why she try to get everybody to get into it with me, so I don't tell everybody the truth, what's really going on. You feel what I'm saying? Lizzie ain't got her kids back because Lizzie been dropping dirty UAs. And Lizzie just started dropping clean UAs. Just now, within the last 2 months.
Oh shit, hey Pops, this phone on 1%. I'm gonna hit you probably tomorrow, so I'm gonna hit your phone, finish talking. If I ain't got no phone at the moment, I gotta go grab you another phone.
Alright, son, hit me up.
Alright, love you.
Love you too. Hey, man. Did you get a chance to do that or no?
No,
Oh,
no, because it's in, no, it's in the other account. It's, yeah, I'd have to stop there before I come home to even just pull out money.
okay.
Did you see that screenshot I sent you of what he sent me?
Yeah. No. I seen the screenshot of you replying to him.
Yeah, his message was in there.
Yeah, I see it. It says, hello, school states neither smells like urine, but isn't wet, not accusing, just trying to figure out if anything happened. I asked the school if they have an exclamation on their name.
Yeah. But like I said, she'll pee on herself and she'll let the shit
But
dry
I
up
think
'cause
he's
she don't
lying.
tell nobody.
I think he's lying.
But you see my response, so
Yeah.
then I bounced it back like it's in the chat that her mother responded that her side got urine problems. So
Right.
now what you gonna say? You can't say, oh, well, the foster parents is, no, you lie.
Yep.
Because in the chat it says that, oh.
And like I told him, screenshot everything every time he asks you for something so I could document it. That's what the lawyer told me to do. Said document everything he does, and I gotta send it to
But I'm like, why would you send it just to me? Why wouldn't you send it to both of us?
because I told him to deal with you because I have a lawsuit, and I reported him to the National Association of Social Workers. See, it's a lot more shit that I know, but I needed proof and evidence. That's why I had the meeting with them. They record all meetings, so
Yeah.
especially
so
over the
people
phone.
that don't like me, y'all. Listen, my Somalian friends are coming to the window.
You stupid.
They don't like me. The
I
Somali
know.
people that come here, not like me.
Because you look Somali and you don't act it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I tell her to pick up.
What kind of car? Yeah, they be talking to me crazy. They didn't want to come on here for a while. I tell you.
The auction car, you're gonna have to wait. He won't be back for 20 minutes. Yep, the guy who does them, he'll be back in 20 minutes. He said it's either cash or cashier check. Nope. Okay. All right.
Yeah, them motherfuckers do not like me. Every time they come, I be like, what's the problem? Fucking Somali, they don't like me. But why? I mean, it's dress. Yeah, no, I didn't know. I mean, I don't know. All I know is
You didn't know what, babe? That I was doing all that?
I didn't know. You see, like, because there's an email. I don't know if you sent it to me. I don't know, but I was reading. No, it's from Jay. I think it's from Jay. And you might be tagged in it too. And it's stating about how you requested whatever, but it goes in detail saying that when this stuff started, you requested had to sign some papers. You fast fucking you couldn't fly.
But why you can't come up with the paper?
I was just like, oh, like, that's what I'm saying. Why can't y'all produce a copy for me? Where is it? You're supposed to keep everything in a file, so where's the paper?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to. If you're being negligent with my information anyway, that's a problem there.
Exactly. And he's saying I signed a piece of paper. What piece of paper?
Where is it? You're supposed to have it. If you're saying that I
And
signed
then,
it,
but see,
you're
they're
supposed to have the
lying
paper.
because he said I signed a piece of paper, and then the lady got on the phone and said that investigator got it.
But so it no matter
Who has it? It has to be a piece of paper because the investigator has to get a DOI from you for all medical. That's what HIPAA.
Yeah, and you need my written investigation. I need to give you my written consent.
Exactly. And then why didn't the investigator then come and talk to me?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If I didn't, either way it goes, even in the house field, if you sign a written release, if you sign it, period, and you ask for it, and you say, "Can I have a copy of it?" and they're supposed to provide you a copy of it.
I know. And he hasn't provided me a copy of it.
So,
But see, they all work together there, but I'm finna go to DHS and find out who I can talk to, because by him being a supervisor and the supervisor being a supervisor, they can throw shit under the rug. I'm trying to get it to where it comes out, but I'm gonna ask the judge to request that they provide me that information.
but then they're gonna say you signed it. Well, what is signed it for back in 2022?
I never signed for them. You have to have it for every medical place you go to.
Listen, they only last for a year.
I know.
Even if you signed it for 2022 or have a year in 2024, you don't have an up-to-date ROI. So it was not good anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They're only good for 12 months from the date of signing. So whether you sign it or not, they're only good for 12 months.
That's why he tried to get me to sign another one.
Yeah. I don't come you to connect to somebody's Bluetooth. You started talking to somebody in the shop. Yeah.
No,
That's what I'm
I
saying
ain't even
now.
saying that. I ain't saying shit else. He fucked himself. And his boss know it too. Why she trying to tell me, look, I think what we're trying to say here is no, I want yes or no. If you can't give me yes or no answers, then I don't even want to have this conversation. Because you're lying. And I'm catching you both lying. But see, that's what they do, man. That's the type of shit they do, and that's the type of shit that needs to be exposed. Because y'all don't even fuck with foster families like that. So why are you fucking with us like that?
We're some assholes.
Just like talking about going in the there they go. I got it. The weed's here. Let me see what it looks like when you do it.
We got a white tag on Como and 29. Says reason wheelchair, but what the hell? I don't know. Can you hear me? Hello?
Huh?
I just want to know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I
So
can.
he's not here. Okay. I know he's gonna get mad. No. It says for a Subaru Crosstrek, then it says reason wheelchair. It says it's Subaru Crosstrek, and then it says reason wheelchair. So you know how it normally says reason like stolen recovery or whatever. It says right, but then it says it's in it's a Subaru. So it's a suit. It has a car in it, but then it says the reason is a wheelchair. That's why I was coming. Like I don't know if it's a wheelchair or if it's. That's why I was coming to say like, could it be both? He's looking like I know we're going. No, I'm not rushing y'all. I'm confused with the call. Shit. They got a car in here, and it says it's a wheelchair. And I didn't know wheelchairs came in Subarus. No, I just didn't. I mean, they're doing a lot. Like, Jay is doing it. Hey, this is Metro. Our white tag that you just sent us on Como, so 624. Just a little clarification if you happen to know. It says it's for a Subaru Crosstrek, but it says reason medical wheelchair. So so they want them to tow the car in the wheelchair or just the wheelchair? Right, because my driver was like, you want to call and clarify? I was like, I think it's just the car. Okay. Don't worry about it. No, you're fine. It's fine. I'll just tell them it's a medical. The wheelchair just attached to medical. Okay. No, it's not a big deal. They was like, just clarify. Cool beans. Thank you. Bye. He called an attitude with me. Don't worry about it. If it's that much fucking confusion, I'll just take it out. What you mad for? Have a goddamn cookie and a fucking snack. Tell him it's no wheelchair. Yeah. Whatever. Motherfuckers, everybody got attitudes on this son of a bitch. They short drivers, they short dispatchers, they short everything up in the building now. No, but I was saying I didn't know that Jay was like fucking up. I mean, I know he was fucking up, but I didn't know he was fucking up.
Yeah.
So it says, just wanted to let you know, Anila smelled like pee this morning, so we washed her sweatshirt. She wasn't wet from an accident, but she smells like pee. The teacher just texted me that.
Why she just text you that?
She texted me at 2:13.
But she called CPS earlier.
I don't know.
That's why I said we can't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody. That's how I feel.
Not much. I'm like, she doesn't smell like pee when she left this morning. I'm on the phone. You stupid! He's talking about what happened to Kathy Grant, the oldest one that works here. stupid. She ain't walking around here wearing the pants. You do. Metro W side. Hello, Metro W side. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Well, hell, Steve just pulled in. I'll tell Steve.
Hey there.
So you dropped it already?
Thanks a bunch.
Alrighty, I'll just take it off.
Make way for Mama.
Cool.
Wide load.
Oh, don't worry about it. I put you a drop already on the screen. Alrighty, thank you.
That's the same thing I told him. So she could have peed on the bus.
So I just sent it to Jay. I'm like, I would not smell like people showing the house is working. I would have never known. They would have never let her walk out of the house smelling like me. Exclamation point. I'm gonna text her teacher back. Did you not see me yesterday? I'm gonna ask her right straight up. Did you not see me yesterday?
She knows she did.
I mean, I'm asking her ass. Shit. I asked her, did you guys see me yesterday? Like, I would never let her walk out of the house smelling like pee. Unless Nyla peed in the bed of one of the same wet ass panties, like I tell you she be doing,
Mm-hmm.
and then they dry and yeah, they should smell like fucking pee. This shit is stupid. She needs to sleep with a fucking pull up on.
That's what she gonna do from here on out.
I guess I have to buy a bed. I'm just gonna have to buy a bed. And mattress. Buy a bed. Have motherfucker deliver. Keep that plastic on the bed and fucking mattresses is $150. But she needs a mattress, so I guess that's what we'll be doing to have it delivered. This out bed can go in the trash or something else, a little something. So this is base, massage mattress, 5-inch gel mattress, twin mattress, cooling gel. Or do you want her to have? I asked you that the other day and you didn't answer. Do you want her to have a regular mattress like ours, or just like the same one she got?
Same one she got.
As soon as I can get it to us, so the options from 5 inches to 12 inches. The options. So I mentioned you off to the side. This is just looks like the location. Between 206 and 9. Yeah, the leverage $40 on that shit. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll just keep looking for a mattress. She said, so her teacher texts back, no, I didn't call CPS till something happened.
Lying ass. And I'd be like, CPS called me before you called me. So you had to have called CPS. I'll just tell her the truth. Like,
I
man,
just did. I said, yep, CPS contacted me before you did. I just texted her that. Okay. No matter what, I guess we're gonna have to pay delivery on this mattress for her. That's fine. So as soon as the mattress will be, he's gonna get here next week. It says the 6th. Probably looking to see if I can get it to come before the 6th. Five inches is thick enough, or you want it bigger?
now I tell her ass, you don't want to be involved with what's going on with Jay. Cause I let everybody know, God damn it, man, I'm going after his license now. You went after mine, I'm going after yours. So anything he say from here on out, he gonna have to have proof.
Oh yeah, she'll get a new mattress. That shit just pisses me off. This little girl just.
Yeah, she does that bullshit.
But that's okay. Full size mattress protector, waterproof mattress, topper, pad. That she can get is I'm gonna buy this topper, even though hopefully the plastic will stay on it. But I'm gonna buy this full. It says full size. I don't need a full size. It needs this one size mattress protector, waterproof thing to put on her bed before she puts her sheet on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll buy one of them for her bed. Should buy two, so Billy gets one. Not let punk ass like to sleep in Billy bed and piss in her fucking bed. Oh, his butt.
it's already a new one in there? Oh, the other one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just have them use that one. Just have them use that one.
Set that up and get the other one. Because, yeah, I think that's why his head keeps breaking out. Because that fucking mattress and getting squished down and getting squished down like Odysseus is getting massive. I don't want to wipe down the dookie when it goes on there. My God, just nasty. So, yeah, I'm gonna pay for this. I'm gonna find mine. They got cribs in here, but we don't need no crib. You want a crib or you just keep the playpen? Are we supposed to technically get a crib for him since he's a key? No. They're here for a car. They paid for a car, but I told him he had to come back with the cash or a cashier check. He kept trying to use the fucking debit card. No. He didn't get that far. Said no, we don't need. But that's what I'm saying. Are we supposed to? Is there some rule? They just said they need someone to sleep.
That them playpens is good enough for them kids to sleep in.
And Valentino, we can just drop it down so he can sleep further down.
Yeah.
Or maybe we don't have to. Yeah, because, yeah. I made him leave to go get cash, so. Yeah, because the one that's downstairs, I think it's a, this is a pack and play mattress topper. We can buy Valentino a bed, a mattress to go in there. You hear me?
You said it's a mattress? Yeah.
We can buy Valentino a mattress to go in this thing.
Yeah.
Pack and play mattress topper.
There you go. There you go.
Just portable. And then even, yeah, I'm not worried about this crib sheets for boys or girls, because I don't give a damn. It says mini crib mattress protector. And all three for $58. So he'll get a sheet. He'll get 2 sheets and a mattress protector. Hell yeah. I'll add all 3, the sheets, the mattress protector, and the mattress. So that's what Valentine can get for his bed. Alicia don't need no mattress right now. She's too little. You know what I mean? Like, she can suffocate. So yeah, just so right now. And then we might want to tell them about them being supposed to be able to come up with them. Your shoes are short and they look hurt. Excuse me. Anything else while I got this cart run? I'm in my Amazon business account right now, so we can try to get it faster. Go. That's what you could think of.
What's up?
Is there anything else you can think of that we might need for these
That's it right now. They need shit. We need to find these kids clothes. You know, they might need some new clothes for the summer.
They should. I just bought all of them some clothes.
Where is it at?
In the laundry baskets, wherever. And then you see that big ass.
You gotta stop washing that shit.
I gotta stop washing it.
Yeah, just let them put that shit on. Why do you wash the clothes after you buy it? That's weird.
Because if you buy it from a secondhand store, you're supposed to wash it. If you buy it from like Once Upon a Child or something, just because they say it's washed doesn't mean it's washed. So if they even tell you to buy brand new clothes when you wash it, if you read the tag, it says wash before wear. But it's just not what I'm saying. What I was saying is like when these
So we got more shit to put on top of it? No, I know what you talking about. I said he want to dress it so we can have somewhere to put more shit on. More shit on top of.
I was thinking just get a dresser that would fit in his closet and he could put his clothes in the dresser. Turn his bed the long way and Valentino can go somewhere else in the bed and somewhere in that room. Because he can put his dresser where that small dresser is and put Valentino along the wall where the dresser is right now. Next to the desk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he can change his room around.
Shit.
They ain't gonna make it back before 4 o'clock. Why is he banging on the window? Is there somebody in the back seat? Oh, it was a kid. I was like, why the fuck is he banging on the window like a special person? That motherfucker said Afghanistan. No. Dumb as hell. I gotta print out some more papers. North Dakota. That man drove all the way up here from North Dakota. What power from you, dude? I would tell him anything. I lost my car. I don't know my car like that. You don't know me. Baby.
Yes, baby.
Go to work. I love you. I'll see you in a little while.
Alright, love you too.
This is not common. This is.
By the way, interesting.
What's going on there, guys? We back with another one, and we have to talk about Shabusi.
I just watched a podcast with Ernie Leisure and Matt Hoffa and Ray Daniels, and what I took away from this podcast, simply to be honest, is they represent, or their mindset represents, everything that's wrong with the media space, or more specifically, the black podcasting. Everyone already knows the Matt Hoffa situation. Matt Hoffa, admittedly so, was making $200,000 a month. However, his co-hosts felt like they were being underpaid and lowballed. So, but they were fine with being lowballed, they were fine with being underpaid, as long as they could do their own thing.
He was with him. Gang Spitter, y'all subscribe, like, share the video. I wanted to touch on this topic. J Money, he did an interview with Big High TV. Shout out to Big High TV. I go subscribe to them folks. Yeah, when J Money spoke on QCP, he blew his last $3 million on the Migos, invested everything, and how he went broke, making sure the Migos had jewelry and clothes and cars and books, videos, and I'm gonna let J Money talk me spill. Here we go, time in on it, my thoughts on everything, right? Check him out.
So QCP, when he called him in good, when the money gonna start coming in, bro?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm spending all the money out, and then you don't get 5,000-10,000 on their shows, but y'all about 2-3 million, y'all about going.
Yo.
When I was just saying earlier, some people be right in that stock.
Oh yeah.
He went over the mic. That nigga was broke. I watched him spend 3+ million. When he did Versace,
Yeah.
Thanks to Restore, Prime Time is back. I don't want to be bold.
What up, man? Back with another video.
Oh, yeah. Hustle Cartel and his homie, they did a little joint content look like. It looked like Hustle Cartel gave your boy the info and the video, and your boy came and dropped the content, spreading the rumor that Finesse 2 times car was repoed.
This message is brought to you by the good people of Hustle Cartel Gang and Hot Boy Gang. This just in, Finesse 2 times, car just got represented. Bring it along, gang. Now, I got $5,000 $5,000 I can let you borrow on cash right now. I ain't got no more money. Just got 5. And let's see if we can work a deal with the car lot. See if we can get your you know what I'm saying? We gonna get Sugar. My nigga DC got a strip club, Peak House. You know DC, you be up there. We gonna see if we can get Sugar. Get up in there because she fine now. We know your prices on your shows that went down. So like 7,000, 5, you take anything. You take it, then you back to selling bowls. But hit me, bro. I got it on, I'm gonna put it in the bank, get you some cash out going, an Apple Pay. Hey, we love you, Vanessa. We put you tough. We put your music, you know what I'm saying, back in and all that. You know, you had allegations to get your ass ate like that, but your homegirl, Erica Banks, she doing a stripper tour right now. You thinking about doing that? You kind of got the hips. You thinking about if you, you know, I manage strippers. You know what I'm saying? If you need help with that, I'll get you there. You dig what I'm saying? It's all love over here. You know what we went through before, a couple months ago, that's all in the wind. We can do business. First things first, we need to go get this motherfucker back.
So next 2 times, we'll show a video where his car didn't get repoed. He actually got it towed to the shop to get it fixed or whatever the case may be.
What are you looking for from this car, Coop? What you get from me, Coop? No, hell no, that's what you charge me for, a key. Yeah. But I'm talking about what this car come up here for? Yeah, keep it fake. All right, man. Yeah, man, this what a big boy be, man. This what a big boy car gotta come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm bringing that shit you boys ride up here, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that Cooper right there, he reaches some up. You hear me? And he got that bitch looking good. Oh, man. Man, went home. Cool.
And then he went live and expressed his feelings to the world and how he felt with people playing on his name. Y'all check it out. Get in the comments, tell me what you think about this situation, man. Like, comment, subscribe, turn on all post notifications. It's free. Do it for me.
Yeah, say yeah, motherfucker. I get on this motherfucker. I just want to rob 10 bikes. Everybody don't believe me. And say I'm gonna go to jail for life. That's how dumb they are. You dumb as hell, you better go to jail for life. You should rob 10 bikes. Dumb as a motherfucker. Sit on the internet for me anything. Quit playing, man. And let me tell y'all something else too. On some real gangster shit. On some gangster shit. Y'all be playing with a motherfucker and a motherfucker kids. You know what I'm saying? And a motherfucker hood and shit. I don't play no games. You know what I'm saying? No, man, you got to go to jail, man, when you see me, man, saying certain shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's why you niggas move like y'all move. You niggas check y'all location for y'all. Y'all know. When I see you, you know you got to be ready when I see you. You know you got to be on point when you see me. You know, y'all get off on that.
Modern dating is officially off.
I was living, with a certain level of discomfort. Virtually all my molars were fractured.
Modern dating is officially off the rails, and just when you think it can't get worse.
Can we get the chicken or the steak or the shrimp pasta? Can I get
Lie to these men on your first date. They do not need to know all your business.
Up and changing the dependent age from 18 to 7. So I just need to know in August, are we sending them back to school or are we sending them to work? Because payers responsibility to take care of my kids.
We got girls ordering lobster just for ambiance. Women out here lying about baby daddies, calling it princess treatment, and one chick begging TikTok for 50 cents while facing welfare fraud charges. Fellas, you ain't trying to date in this mess. And ladies, if the shoe fit, it probably came with drama. Today's scroll is straight up chaos. Let's get started with a guy who thinks a chicken dinner means you owe me a cup of tea. Let's get to it.
This is what's gonna happen now. I'm gonna pay for the bill. I'm gonna get the bill, and I'm gonna take you back to yours. You're gonna invite me for a cup of tea. I'm gonna go upstairs, I'm gonna rub your feet, massage your legs. We're gonna make sweet love. And then after that, we'll decide whether or not this is gonna work. Because right now, I think it will.
Now ladies, if a man told you this on the date, what did you do? Watch what happens next.
A little bit out of my mind that if the other partner doesn't work out, how are we going to have any kind of longevity in this relationship?
So he's letting her know, I think it's best if we just go to the sheets right now, see if we're good in bed, then determine if we want to be in a relationship.
It's only our first date, so...
What difference does that make? I think get it overdone with the pissed off done. Why wait?
Just getting to know you at the moment, so I don't really think...
So what we do, just come out for a free meal and then go home. That's not how it works.
Well, actually, prepaid is we're at Nando's, so...
But I said I'll transfer you.
So he's not even paying for the date and he got all these demands?
Well, I don't know how to that thing.
I get it. I'm not going to transfer you to your meal. And we'll go. And I'll message you in a couple of days and see what you're on.
Y'all get in the comments and let me know how you feel with him getting straight to the point, even though he wasn't paying the bill and still walked out and left her the bill. What would you have done? But in this video, everything gets worse. Just stay in there. Let's get back to it.
So this is a nice restaurant, huh? I'm really happy you came out tonight. Order whatever you want.
That's the biggest mistake that he could have said. Watch this.
Oh, a word? Where you going? Hey, can we get the chicken or the steak or the shrimp pasta? And can I get a pasta? And can I get some sushi? Right here, just for the ambiance. Someone likes sushi like that. And for you?
Miss.
Just give me some water. And can I get a shot for me? Shot for her? Shot for you? And I would love a bottle of champagne, extra bubbly, just like my personality.
He asked for it. He should have had the budget before he went in on the restaurant. You don't sit back and just say order anything. But this next one is pure delusion.
So can you build?
Can you build a house? You can build a house?
One of the biggest houses in Beverly Hills.
She ain't gonna be with no guy that can build a house.
Lie to these men on your first date. They do not need to know all your business. All they need to know is that your ex treated you like a queen and spoiled you.
They never say that. They're always making themselves the victim.
Like, don't be out here telling them about no baby daddy drama. Don't be out here telling them about no financial problems that you're having. That's none of their business.
But victimhood is their form of power to hit a man to have compassion for.
Don't be telling them about your sex life. You are celibate. Okay? If you ain't got no kids, you ain't never had sex. You still a virgin because it ain't no proof.
Women can't hold back being a 304. She can only pretend for so long, so eventually that freaky side will come out.
You need to earn that information, period. Lie to these men. Make up a whole life if you want to. Create a whole fantasy world for yourself.
You can't turn into the character that you're drawing on in the mirror like she's doing. At some point, the truth will come out. And modern men now, they're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe anymore.
I think I'm playing, but I'm dead serious. These people don't need to know your business. All they need to know is that you are a pretty princess and all you need to is princess treatment. Because I know a lot of...
Believe it or not, the only girls that get princess treatments are the ones that live with a rich father, or a father who is well off. You barely have hood boogers that come from dysfunctional families that actually know what princess treatment is. They normally have to demand it. She's teaching you ladies how to go backwards.
Times us women get with these men and we overshare, thinking that it's like us closer to the guy or something.
More of that. Time to take control, ladies. Remember, he is auditioning for you, okay? You are doing the choosing. So let him do all the talking. So you can decide if he makes the cut or not. Period.
These women are really letting these simps online give them an ego. You notice she did not have a wedding ring on. You notice she sat here and drawed a whole different person, teaching you how to lie to a man as a different person, like not going to catch on to it. Any man that's worked over 100,000, 200,000 and had to work hard for it, it's not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. But we got more, and if you made it this far, go ahead and hit that like right now. Watch this next one.
I want to spend my own money. I'm too pretty to pay for stuff.
She's got to pay.
So I think I am actually a 50-50 girl.
Yeah.
Only in the sense of that you give me 50% of your bank account, 50% of your mortgage, 50% of your house. That's my kind of 50-50.
Are you on medication?
You have to ask these girls that nowadays because it is so delusional for a woman to say that out front. They're watching reality shows and not understanding that a lot of what they see is scripted. They actually believe the guys that are in their DM exist in real life, and it only makes them look like a clown.
I got you the peppers and I got you the protein style double like that.
What about my other kids?
What you mean other kids?
I got 2 more kids in this school.
Them ain't my kids. I bring food for my son only. I don't bring food for everybody else's kids. That's for my son right there. That ain't my responsibility. What they did is it?
That's the prime question that a lot of women don't want to answer.
What
You bring one son, you bring all.
I'm not bringing no. That's not how. I'm old school. I don't know how you was raised, but how I was raised, you take care of what's yours, and that was another man. I don't take care of another man's responsibility.
I mean, intention was just to feed his kid, not you know.
His kids starving like that.
For real?
You should reevaluate when you sleep and have these kids by if they can't afford their kids.
And you need to be stopped sleeping with women that's choosing bad dudes because she's trying to get you to play cleanup guy.
Serious? I think about I only got one kid by you. I can't feed all your other kids. I'm sorry, kids, but I can't feed you. I only can feed my son.
Now you could have threw them a bologna sandwiches.
To be feeding everybody else's kids, and that's not how it works. So you need to go reevaluate whoever you had them kids by and go call him. Because they're not my babies.
I have not received no food stamps. My disability check is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It's the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of. I have over 2,000 followers on TikTok and I can't get not one person to send me 50 cents. If you watch this video and you can't send me nothing, I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you. 50 cents of my kids have not eaten 5 days. It is the taxpayer's responsibility to take care of my kids. Y'all just see this video and that's exactly what this lady was saying, bro. I'm so bad.
This is why you gotta be careful with women, bro. You see how quick she was able to jump into character, pull out the emotion, and have it believable for that little second? Women do this in relationships. This is why a lot of men be going cuckoo. Watch the next one.
Do you feel that every woman deserves a provider?
Absolutely not. They do not. Like, if I'm just keeping it real, you ain't worth shit. You're a headache. You ain't got nothing. You're always begging. So, what do you need? You need a job.
Minus the food stamps, minus the hair.
Yeah, like people, you need those things. You need to go get your shit together is what you need to do. But do you need a provider? No. And if there's going to be any provider, let it be God, so that way he can help you get you going in the right direction. But
Everybody say, let it be God, be the provider. Like, you pray to God all you want to, and you just don't see money that pop up on your lap. You got to get up and make it work. These women are living their life like they're trying to write a book after. What makes them think that they have superpowers to get all this is all the guys in their DM.
have a man providing for a bum? Absolutely not. No, they don't deserve it.
Why do men decide to take care of broke women that are going to be toxic in the long run? The best answer I can tell you is they're extremely good in bed. The more depressed, miserable, survival mode a woman is, the better she's going to be in bed. And I tell dudes, if she make your toes curl, that ain't the one you want in your world. You gonna learn at the end of the day, a nice, boring, submissive woman will keep your sanity. These hyperactive, I'm in survival mode girls, they master the bedroom. That's where they get you at. They find a lane with money, twist him out, get bored with him, and his whole life get turned upside down.
So, the welfare fraud department of my county just left my house. Or you guys have I get a knock at my door, I open the door, and of course there's 3 people and work clothes, whatever, I thought it was CPS. Okay, big prize there. It's the welfare fraud department. I didn't even know there was a welfare fraud department.
That's because you've been on welfare so long, you actually thought you were entitled to the money.
Okay, with everything that I have going on, with my food stamps and everything, they are going to be tracking every single paper trail that I have had attached to my name for the last 10 years.
Time to come clean. You should have had all that money in offshore accounts.
They are going to be digging up everything. I am possibly facing criminal charges for this. This is not just something where they take your food stamps, a couple weeks, or this is actually criminal.
That's because you've been having your cake and eating it too, and it ain't just you. It's going to be a lot of young ladies out there that's going to face this hardship as well.
So I hope you guys are happy.
So if you expect to have wife and kids, yet you don't want to provide, yet you don't want to work.
Well, I just think that she should find a way to make her money, but the government everybody starts find a way to take your money back from your government. If you can't do that, you deserve to live in this.
So you want a wife and kids, and you want to be the provider, and you want her to be home and be a homemaker. But you're not going to give her spending money? Like, can you take the groceries?
I'm gonna just give her the basics. If she can live off the basics, she's fine. Otherwise, you just ask. The basics is pampers, food, and clothes. That's about it.
Pamper, food, and clothes.
Do you think stay-at-home mothers deserve a voucher to go shopping, keep nails and hair done? Get in the comments and let me know. Watch what he says next.
Is she allowed to, look with her friends and have a talk?
Absolutely.
So,
She's at home, go to our family, and that's about it. She has no reason to go anywhere else.
and you think that's okay?
Yeah, that's what it should be.
So if there's something you want her to be a slave, just to be at home, cooking,
Some people like that.
that want to be a slave and not a slave.
Some people think we're like that, but you know what?
Just if you don't want to pay for their fees, it's down to split the bill, and just split the bill too.
It's funny how she caught on that him and her were going to split the bill just based off the conversation they were having. And if you made it this far, hit the like button. We're not even halfway through the video. Let's get back to it.
Bro, he says, your comment is, as long as men continue to impregnate black women, our children will continue to suffer. Elaborate.
Absolutely. Black women aren't really designed for families. They're not here to build with black men. They're really here to destroy the black community.
A nigga would even eat my pussy before I even him. So
Would you rather cheat or get cheated on?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not taking that else. I gotta cheat on you before you get me. What you gotta do before you
And that right there is an example of the biggest problem in the black community. Everybody is insecure and afraid of getting their heart broken. Why? Because they know the person they with can't be single, even themselves. They know that all y'all want to do is really just party and just get in the bedroom and call it a day. Look at how the women dress. A man would never trust a sleazy woman. A sleazy woman knows she can never be trusted.
You even get me, I'ma get you. I'm sorry.
So if we keep impregnating the same women, we're going to keep getting the same results. We need to find women who are not black Americans.
I was going to give you some pushback, but agree on some of that. I need you to elaborate when you say black women aren't here to build. You mean that if they hadn't have ever got broken, it still would have been their assignment to destroy that community?
I think that if the culture was to change, things would change, obviously. But as long as these particular black women are alive, they're going to have a lot of influence on other younger black women. You can't really get away from it until you wipe the slate clean. So something has to happen to remove these particular black women from the scenario. And then we can build properly.
People, I was fully prepared to give this brother all of the smoke. I can't find the one.
Oh, just got married, right? Just today, like hours ago. Okay, do you guys know each other's body count? Yes. Okay, body count, no. That's irrelevant. Is it? Yes, past is the past. It's my future. Are you?
Men say that as a cover-up as to I don't want to know because I just want to have happy thoughts. But then she says this.
I'm willing to admit it right now.
That's every man's biggest fear, is to actually find a woman that you connect with, that you want to love, has been exposed to a lot of guys.
Trump is changing the dependent age from 18 to 7. So I just need to know in August, are we sending them back to school or are we sending them to work? Because if the dependent age is now 7, you're trying to say they're dependent. If I'm not mistaken, back in the day, they used to work at that age, right?
In other words, after 7 years old, you can't get welfare for your child. You can get them between the ages of 1 and 7.
So is he trying to tell us that they need to go back to work? I don't think Trump knows that these kids ain't regular kids. These kids are flipped out if they ain't got their tablets. Now, is we putting them in IT? Is we teaching them kids how to code? They might like that. We're going to have to figure out them some jobs because they ain't going to do regular jobs.
Sweetheart, you busted open to have children. You're responsible for what they turn out to be, not the government, not everybody else. I know you just been popping them out. All that's coming to an end.
They barely listen to the teachers. Like, these employers is about to catch hell. They gonna be babysitters. And don't put me at the same company as my kids. I don't want to work with them. I already got to be with them at home. Like, you know, I took them out of school, so now y'all want them to work. And then don't put them as the same company as me, like they gonna work.
All they gonna do is just not hire your kids. If you want to know what the world's about to look like, go to Los Angeles. And in Los Angeles, you'll see that it's ran by Latinos, and blacks are not really working anywhere out there or get ahead. That's what, when you get rid of welfare, that's what's going to happen. The image that the so-called black community has, no one's going to want to hire you. Now you're going to be back robbing, stealing, like she said, degenerate, but it's not up to the government to raise you. You can't complain now.
Ain't gonna work. Like, and how much is you paying these kids? Because if you go, my 7-year-old he needs to pay well, but he can't work for pennies, so that ain't gonna work either. Then you can't even disrespect that people's kids, cause now they gotta leave their job to go to this job. They gonna run it. Oh my Lord, Trump ain't the South. He ain't thinking this out clearly. And then the big families, big definitely gonna get the most, like most. Like all, like single parents, they got like 8, 9 kids. They gonna feel it the most.
Marketplace.
Okay, so if I wanted a high value man, what do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can lie to yourself, but I'm looking at your pictures.
I know. Don't you think I look nice?
I think you look fat. You have a son or a daughter?
I have a son.
Holy shit.
Back to the I had come to his life and made it 360.
The 360 put you right back where you were, but I understand what you're saying. 4 months. You said you got a man that has money now.
Yeah, I do.
Boy, they be lying when they come online, don't they?
Mama being told how to be a single, independent mama by her mama. Her mama don't got no man. You got 2, 3, 4, 5 young teen boys being raised by it. It's like, how are we gonna keep pretending like this shit when you don't understand that there was an agenda to make it where welfare programs actually solicited and was lustful looking to women as long as they kept the men away. What you don't understand is you will think that as a single mother, I made the decision to raise my children by myself. No, you didn't. It was programmed. And your mama was programmed.
If you like the video, go ahead and hit the like button. Definitely share the video. If this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. And definitely get in the comments and talk to me and tell me what's the worst situation you've been in. And check out my playlist with all my other videos. See you on the next video.
Today we're covering how to take control of your credit. Let's start by downloading the Experian app.
besides keep all the credit cards out there?
Well, Experian matches you with credit cards based on your credit profile. You can see if you're approved without impacting your credit. Class dismissed.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the unlimited premium phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us. You can stay connected on the go with international data in 200 plus destinations and high-speed hotspot tethering. Plus, full connectivity for select smartwatches. It's all included with your phone plan at just $110 per month for 2 lines. Switch to unlimited premium from Google Fi Wireless.
This year has begun, with claims that Russia was taking aggressive action against another country.
The search is expanding for what's believed to be a Russian submarine lurking near Sweden's capital.
Sweden? I did not see that coming. Although, if this is true, I can understand where Putin is coming from. Because who hasn't spent 20 minutes in IKEA and immediately wanted to launch an attack on Sweden? Someone has to pay for what I'm going through here. But look, this wasn't just classic Swedish paranoia. They had proof.
Powerful sonar now scanning beneath these waves after the Swedes reportedly intercepted an emergency call from these waters to a Russian base in nearby Kaliningrad. And there is this, a photo taken by a passerby outside Stockholm looking very much like a submarine on patrol.
Does it look like a submarine on patrol? Because that could equally be a whale with a toupee, or a penguin on a surfboard, or absolutely anything else in the world. Even the Swedes weren't exactly clear what they were dealing with.
Yeah. It could be a submarine, or a smaller submarine. It could be a diver using some form of moped-like underwater vehicle. It could be divers that don't have any business in our territory.
It could even be your legendary shark to terrorize your Swedish waters. I talk, of course, of Gauss. Gauss. The monster of the seas. Now look, a brief word of caution here. Sweden has got this wrong before. In 1995, after suggesting the Russian subs were offshore, their Prime Minister had to make an embarrassing retraction, saying, I quote, "It's a sad fact that what was originally stated to be intrusions into our waters have proved to be minks." Yes, minks. These minks. And you know what? Remember that photo from before? That could absolutely be a mink. Or it could be a submarine piloted by a mink. We don't know. And if it was, you let them take over your country, they are pissed when they're angry. However, I'm sure the Swedish people will stop at nothing to get to the bottom of this mystery.
The Swedish Navy has called off a week-long search for suspected underwater activity.
What, that's it? You looked for a week and you gave up? No, Sweden. That's not how it works. If you see a fuzzy photo of something, you let it consume you for the rest of your life. Scotland has been looking for the Loch Ness Monster since 1933. And you end up looking for a Russian submarine after 7 days. In America, most of us spent the last 3 weeks trying to figure out whether we'd just seen Ben Affleck's penis in Gone Girl. Yes. Technically, it could have been a mink. But the point is, we won't stop until we get to the bottom of it. Shame on you, Sweden. Well, let's move on. In New York, we have our own unwelcome intruders, albeit of a tinier variety.
Breaking news from Ebola in New York. An American doctor who volunteered for Doctors Without Borders in Guinea in a New York hospital this morning with Ebola.
Yes, much like an actor who considers himself too intellectual for LA, Ebola has moved to New York. Now, the patient in question is Dr. Craig Spencer, who is currently hopefully recovering in in a hospital here in the city. On Thursday, public health officials tried to calm people down by supplying us with a weirdly detailed rundown of everywhere he'd been, including this.
We know that he went to a place called the Gutter, the bowling alley in Williamsburg in Brooklyn. The patient went there with friends, and he did bowl.
Of course he did. Of course he went to a bowling alley in Williamsburg, because if you're talking about a 33-year-old white New Yorker named Craig, you don't have to tell me he spent a weeknight at a bowling alley in Williamsburg. It is assumed. That is assumed. But maybe the most incredible part of Thursday's Ebola coverage was how quickly things escalated. Watch how his relationship status was described throughout the evening, because it changed a bit towards the end.
He had some sort of physical contact with his girlfriend this morning. He has a girlfriend, I understand, who's now been quarantined as well.
Dr. Spencer's girlfriend has been isolated now as well.
Girlfriend? His girlfriend.
He has been in close contact with his fiancée.
Mazel tov! Okay, two options for what happened there. One, he was engaged all along, or two, he got engaged after being diagnosed with Ebola. And I'm going for the first one, because if you learn one thing from that press conference, America, know this: there is no way an attractive Manhattan doctor is not engaged by 33. You lock that shit down. You lock it down. You lock that shit down. You put a ring on it. You lock it down. Meanwhile, for the other 8 billion people in this city, the advice is pretty obvious. Ebola is not there. So there's only one thing we all have to remember.
Now, if you came across some strange mucus or feces or something out there on the subway, the street, or anywhere else, don't eat it.
That's good advice. That is solid advice. Don't eat mystery mucus in the street until this Ebola panic is over, at which point feel free to resume your mucus consumption. And finally, a quick update on the Supreme Court. You may remember last week we talked about the fact that the Supreme Court bans cameras in the courtroom releasing only audio tapes of their oral arguments. So we decided to assist the news by producing our Real Animals Fake Call Supreme Court. We've got versions of all 9 justices, plus 2 lawyers, a duck assistant, and a chicken stenographer. Or as you may say, a pornographer. We then gave the footage away on our YouTube page for the major news networks to use. None of them did so because they're cowards who hate the concept of joy. But the internet at large stepped up in a spectacular way. Many entire Supreme Court cases are now online. Thank you so much to everyone who took part. I just want to quickly single out one contribution from YouTube username Sam Gross. To be honest, he broke the rules because he didn't use a Supreme Court oral argument. Instead, he took a different court case with which you may be familiar. Enjoy.
Lieutenant Kim go to the court because that's what you told Lieutenant Kevin to do.
Object! When you went back, you told these guys, look, Your Honor, you reported this inside the voting train. Your Honor, you stepped through the long book. Serious subject. Colonel Jackson, did you order the top rate? You don't have to answer that question. I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? You can't handle the truth.
Just 4 days to find your inappropriately sexy costume. Whether it's sexy Barney the dinosaur, or a sexy candy corn, or, as Playboy's website recently featured, and I swear to you this is true, a sexy John Oliver costume. That's right. That is an actual photo of a humanoid dressed up to look like a sexy me. And the worst thing is, there's more than one photo. I don't know if I've ever been as confused as I am now, as Louis C.K. is about his sexy doppelganger. That's also real. Now, at this point, let's agree, sexy Halloween costumes have simply gone too far. But it doesn't matter, because we all know what Halloween is really about. Candy. Sweet sugar treats. This Halloween, Americans will spend $2.2 billion on candy. Although, to be fair, that does include Necco wafers, which might be better classified as coagulated dust. But is it really fair to describe sugar as a treat, considering how much we eat it all year round?
Today, the average American consumes 22 teaspoons of sugar a day, 3 times what we need. That's equal to 75 pounds of sugar a year for every man, woman, and child in the United States.
Holy shit! 75 pounds of sugar. That's like eating Michael Cera's weight in sugar every single year. And look, whilst that's a little less than it was in the late 90s, it's still pretty incredible. So let's talk about sugar. Everyone loves it. And it turns out that's because we are genetically programmed.
Eric Stice, a neuroscientist at the Oregon Research Institute, is using functional MRI scanners to learn how our brains respond to sweetness.
Sugar activates the brain in a special way that's very reminiscent of drugs like cocaine.
Sugar activates our brains like cocaine, and I've got to say, Scarface would be a very different movie if it ended with Al Pacino sitting in a chair, sugar out of his mind on baked goods, saying, "Say hello to my little Debbie! Say hello!" With sugar being so viscerally appealing to us, it's frankly no wonder that food manufacturers put it in everything, and I do mean everything.
About 35% of the sugars that Americans consume come from beverages, but we're also talking about salad dressings and ketchup and, breads and cereals and crackers, and the list goes on, even to beef and turkey jerky.
We have no idea how prevalent sugar is in almost everything that we eat. Look at tomato juice, the original tomato cocktail with clam. One serving has 11 grams of sugar in it. So they clearly thought, well look, let's improve the taste by adding sugar, instead of thinking, let's improve the taste by removing the clam. And none of this would be a problem were it not for the fact that, as we all know, excess sugar is probably not good for us. Both the World Health Organization and the American Heart Association have warned against the harms of eating too much. Some studies suggest that too much sugar can literally mess with the brain.
This rat is perfectly healthy. Put him in a vat of water and he finds his way to safety every time.
I'm with you.
Now, look at this guy. What he's been eating is the equivalent of a North American diet, complete with all the fats and sugars we regularly consume. He doesn't know where to go. His brain has been damaged.
I don't think that rat is unable to find the island. I think that rat is saying, fuck that island, there's no sugar on that island. I want sugar! I want sugar! That's a Pixar movie waiting to happen, by the way. But the sweetener industry is not going to take the findings of a wet, confused rat lying down. They're an immensely powerful $5 billion industry who fought for decades to project their products' health benefits. The Sugar Association used to claim their product was a diet aid, with ads positioning it as a cure for the fat time of day, with a woman saying, if sugar can fill that hollow feeling, I'm all for it. Because yes, nothing says I don't feel hollow inside like a woman sitting alone eating straight from a bag of sugar. Now, the Sugar Association has gotten a little more sophisticated since then. Here is their current president.
As it relates to obesity, there's been plenty of science that exonerates sugar, that clarifies sugar does not contribute to obesity or diabetes.
Sugar doesn't contribute to obesity. I'm not saying it's the only culprit, but it's definitely one of the key suspects. Asking what causes obesity is a bit like asking who killed a first-grade class's hamster. Sure, they all killed it in a way, but I think we all know one of them killed it the most. I'm talking to you, Kevin. You killed that hamster, and you drove your father away. There, I said it. I said it, Kevin. I said it. Although, to be fair, to be fair, there are some scientists who dismiss links between sugars and obesity. For instance, this guy.
We take a complex situation like obesity and we say, well, gee, if we could just cut down on sugar-sweetened beverages, added sugars in general, that would solve obesity. And I think that is a very slippery slope and almost certainly wrong.
That is Dr. James Ripley, who, like clamato juice, turns out to contain quite a lot of hidden sugar himself. He's on the payroll of the Corn Refiners Association, the corn syrup. And at one point he was receiving a $41,000 a month retainer from them. That's $500,000 a year. For that much money, you'd expect much grander claims than it doesn't link to obesity. You should be saying, my research finds that corn syrup makes you an immortal sex god with X-ray vision. And I'm not saying that corporate money distorts science, but when researchers looked at two sets of weight gain studies, one group with conflicts of interest, like funding from soda companies, and one group that was independent, the vast majority of independent studies found direct links between sugar-sweet soft drinks and weight gain or obesity, and the vast majority that weren't independent found the exact opposite of that. Particularly suspicious was a research paper titled "I'm So Delicious," attributed to a Dr. Pepper. But look, regardless of whether sugar is terrible for you or the answer to all of life's problems, sugar you at least get to know when it's being added to your food. And to their credit, the FDA is trying to take this on.
This week, the FDA is reviewing new nutritional labeling standards, and that may force food makers to not just list total sugar content, but how much sugar they're adding to their products.
Yes, the FDA is trying to get an added sugar category onto their food labels, which is fine, as long as it doesn't distract them from forcing honeycomb cereal to reveal what in God's name their old mascot was. What the fuck was that? It looked like some kind of tumbleweed made of merkins. But look, being forced to reveal how much sugar you are adding to people's food might seem pretty mild, but there is no way the food manufacturing industry is going to let that happen. The FDA has been swarmed with letters from every conceivable product, from the National Yogurt Association to the National Frozen Pizza Institute to multiple representatives of the cranberry industry. Now, cranberries are, I think we can all agree, nature's most disgusting berry. Cranberries taste like cherries who hate you. Cranberries taste like what a raspberry drinks before its colonoscopy. And the industry knows it. The head of the Ocean Spray Company wrote to the FDA saying cranberries are naturally low in sugar, giving them a distinctly tart, astringent, even unpalatable taste. Yes, that's the head of Ocean Spray, describing its defining ingredients as unpalatable. It's no wonder they want certain cranberry products to be exempted from the proposed added sugar declaration, which is tantamount to begging, please don't make us tell everyone how much sugar we dump on our garbage Bob berry. But the most revealing plea came from the American Beverage Association, who wrote that if there is to be an added sugar label, it must be measured in grams and not teaspoons. Because teaspoons are, and I'll quote, well, teaspoons may carry an unfair negative connotation that undermines the factual nature of nutrition information, which is ridiculous. What negative connotation does a fucking teaspoon have? Unless you're thinking of an annoying dude in a diner who's always trying to balance one on his nose, or the fact that they used to freebase heroin, but neither of those things is the teaspoon's fault. The only reason the beverage people want sugar to be measured in grams instead of teaspoons is that people understand what a teaspoon is. No one understands the metric system, which is why this proposed FDA food label is completely missing the point. Because if they really want us to understand how much sugar is in our food, they need to find a measurement we can immediately grasp. That is why, tonight, we are proposing, in the spirit of Halloween, that product manufacturers express their sugar content in the form of candy, specifically circus peanuts. The most disgusting of all the candies. They taste like an elephant ejaculated into a packet of Splendor. And there is more than 5 grams of sugar in each one of these horrifying things. So, what we're saying to companies is this: keep loading your products up with as much sugar as you like, on the one condition that on the front of the packaging you display how much sugar it contains in the form of circus peanuts. So, for instance, 64 ounces of tomato juice has 88 grams of sugar, or 16 peanuts worth. A can of Campbell's tomato soup, 5.5 peanuts. A package of 20 circus peanuts, obviously 20 circus peanuts. That goes without saying. But we as consumers must demand manufacturers adopt this measure. So please, tweet at them using the hashtag #ShowUsYourPeanuts and ask your favourite food manufacturer. Ask them to whip out their peanuts and present them to you. And if they say to you, we don't want to, that's embarrassing, nobody wants to see our peanuts, they're orange and misshapen and bumpy. You tell them again, show us your peanuts. Do it, food makers. Expose your peanuts to the world. Because if you are going to shove your peanuts in our mouths, the very least you can do is tell us what we're swallowing.
Across the broad expanse of history, there have been billions upon billions of idiots, as well as a handful of smart people. We interviewed some of the latter group for our ongoing series, Great Minds, People Who Think Good. This week's People Who Thinks Good, Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall achieved her childhood dream, to live with and study the chimpanzees in Africa, to whom she gave exotic names.
Hello, Mike.
At this point, she had no formal training or even an undergraduate degree, but the discoveries of this daring young woman revolutionized our understanding of these primates, starting with this bombshell.
The chimpanzee is actually modifying a natural object to suit it to a specific purpose, thus making the tool.
That's right, chimps were making and using tools, albeit pretty crappy tools for a pretty disgusting purpose. But she also found something else.
Chimpanzees, like humans, have a dark side to their nature.
Yes, Goodall was also the first to show that these peaceful forest vegetarians were actually meat-eating arseholes who frequently engaged in chimp-on-chimp chimp-acide. After decades in the field, Goodall now spends her time travelling the world to fight for a variety of causes, with occasional interruptions to speak with a not-so-smart person.
Dr. Jane Goodall, thank you so much for taking the time to speak.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
You are widely recognised as one of the great experts on chimpanzees. What makes them particularly so fascinating?
I think because they're so like us, and we now know biology, which 98+% of our DNA with them, life system, the immune system, the structure of the brain is all almost the same, just our brain is bigger. And then for me, of course, it's the behaviour, the fact that they have personalities, emotions like happiness, sadness, fear. They communicate with kissing, embracing, holding hands, patting one another on the back, shaking the fist. They use tools.
Is that what makes them such great pets?
They're the best possible. They're not pets. I can't even say they're bad pets because they're not pets.
Well, I mean, they're nice acquaintances, house-made friends.
They're not. And what happens? They're very cute and sweet and cuddly when they're little. And what happens when they're 5, 6, 7? And why do people have their face bitten off?
Don't focus on that, though. Focus on the fact that when you dress them up, they're so funny.
No, they're not.
What about chimpanzee? Butler?
No.
At no point in your time living amongst chimpanzees did you think about pulling out a little monocle and a top hat and a silver tray and training them to bring you a cold drink.
No, but I think any such ridiculous thing.
Did you ever put a hat on them? Did you never put a hat on a chimpanzee? I refuse to believe that.
Well, then we shall disagree for the rest of our lives.
Okay, fair enough. Let's talk a little about your methods. They're not without their initial criticisms. For instance, at one point of contention was that you gave your chimps nicknames. Why did people criticize them?
Well, not nicknames, names, just names.
Just actual names.
To be scientific, I should have given them numbers.
What's the scientific argument for not giving them?
Because it's all objective. So if you give them a name, you're treating them like people.
I'm going to throw some names at you, and I want you to say if you think there would be a good name for a chimp or a bad name for a chimp. Ready? Jessica Chimpson. Dr. Ben Anapil, MD. Fair enough. How about this is a little simpler? Pluto Wilson. Right. Okay, that's good. So you do.
You throw somebody else.
Where are you going there?
You throw other people that I think need Pluto at them.
Jane, who do you think needs Pluto?
Well, give an example. I mean, I'm going to pick somebody like Hitler because he's gone.
Right.
Pluto Hitler.
Pluto Hitler is an amazing name for a chimp. Now, while you were living with him, you learned that chimps had specific vocalizations. Can you tell me a little about it?
Well, if I'm eating something, like, and you want some, you come up to me,
Right.
you might beg, just like that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give you any, so make it obvious. You say, I don't like you.
Dr. James Whittle, thank you so much.
Time has been good.
Let's talk about Toronto, because tomorrow morning they will choose a new mayor. Now, sadly, current mayor Rob Ford, everyone's favourite walking beefsteak tomato, is not running for re-election. But don't despair, for there is another. Rob Ford has a brother, Doug Ford, who is running for mayor. And if you are wondering how alike they are, please enjoy this little.
The funny thing is, like all typical siblings, the goal is when you're on a seesaw to jack your sibling off. Totally.
You know what? You laugh, but he's right. On a seesaw, you really want to jack your sibling off. You want to do anything to get him off. Beat him off that seesaw. Make him come right down to the ground because you beat him off so hard on that seesaw. But look, now, to become mayor, Doug Ford has had some tricky political obstacles to overcome. For instance, his brother has allegedly used anti-Semitic language in the past, and Doug was asked about that in a debate in a Jewish high school in Toronto. I'm going to play you the first few seconds of his response.
You know something? My doctor, my Jewish doctor, my Jewish dentist, my Jewish lawyer, my Jewish wallet, accountant.
Hey, why is everyone booing? I love Jews. I love everything about you. The tiny hats, the big crackers that you eat, your weird Christmas candles. I love it. Why are you booing me? Look, it wasn't the best response, sure, which is why, after having a night to sleep on it, Doug took a second crack at it.
The Ford family has an extensive relationship, a great relationship with the Jewish community. Matter of fact, my wife is Jewish.
Oh, how about that? That is a convenient fact to have remembered, seemingly in the middle of your sentence. Unfortunately, a local reporter then cast doubts on Doug's claim, forcing Doug Ford to bring out his definitely Jewish wife to talk about her definitely Jewish heritage, which went definitely spectacularly well.
My mother's family has Jewish bloodlines. I don't practice Judaism. I never have.
So, listen, she doesn't practice Judaism. Hence, I guess, her use of the term Judism, though her ancestors may or may not have been Judesque. None of this matters because by that point, Doug Ford had moved on to his next scandal after being overheard allegedly referring to the journalist who questioned his wife's Judaism as a little bitch, a charge he then spectacularly denied.
I was falsely accused from the Toronto Star. I was having a private conversation, walking out with two staff members, and I guess they just assumed I was talking about someone in that room that had nothing to do with anyone in that room last night whatsoever.
I was talking about a completely different little bitch in a completely different room. If I was talking about that little bitch, you know about it. Are we done here? Why are you booing me? Look, Toronto. I think I speak on behalf of the rest of the world when I deliver you this message. Please, elect this man. Sure. His brother was fine, but at a certain point, we felt bad laughing at him. Whereas Dogford doesn't have a drug problem, he's just an arsehole. A non-chemically assisted arsehole. So please, Toronto, I beg you, let us laugh at your arsehole for another 4 years. Yours sincerely, everyone who does not live in Toronto. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching.
Some chimps can actually roll the tongue, can you? Some people can. You can't. You're one who can't.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's wrong with me?
Or what's wrong with me? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, let's think of it that way.
Sparkle, Terra Square. More choices, more value.
Anyone who knows me knows that I love fashion with clean lines and a tad bit of sparkle. Less is best. Oh, now, see, this is what we would call hashtag too much. You see, some shops just charge what they want and call it high-end. The Car Shield can help protect you against all that. Car Shield keeps it classy and affordable and helps cover your expensive repair bills so you aren't left overpaying for something like this. No thank you. What I'm saying is, call Car Shield to help avoid all the stress and hot mess so you and your car can feel fabulous the way you're supposed to be. That's right, honey. I'm rocking with Car Shield, and you should too.
This is the CIA, and they've just officially joined Twitter. The CIA also officially has a sense of humor. Check out the first tweet from the agency. We can neither confirm nor deny that this is our first tweet.
I get it. You're a dangerously secretive operation who work in the shadows with little accountability or oversight. Look, I'm not going to say that this is a completely unfunny tweet, but the context is wrong. It's like if a doctor interrupted Wolf Blitzer's colonoscopy by shouting, "Oh my God, Wolf, I think I just found the missing plate." I'm not saying that wouldn't be funny. It's just it's neither the time nor the place for a comment like that. That's the point. And since then, the CIA's questionable taste in jokes has only gotten worse.
The CIA also tweeted out, "No, we don't know your password, so we can't send it to you. Hashtag sorry, not sorry." The CIA says, "No, we don't know where Tupac is."
What are you doing? Tupac was famously murdered. He didn't vanish. The mystery isn't where he is, it's who killed him, which incidentally, you probably do know. In fact, the more you poke around on the CIA's website, the more you find things that make you question their social media team. This is a real video from the CIA Canine Unit.
My name is Bradley. I'm an explosive detection canine officer at the CIA. Have you ever wondered how an ordinary dog becomes a canine? Hi, Jessie. How do you like being a canine so far?
It's great. I'm learning a lot.
How would you like to tell these folks about what it takes to become a CIA canine?
I'd love to.
Great.
What the hell did we just watch then? And by the way, CIA, you have a secret budget with virtually no oversight, and you can't even make their fucking mouths move. Even the dogs probably know that this video is weird. In fact, if we could hear what the dogs were really thinking, I bet you it would sound a lot more like this.
Hey, Jessie. How do you like being in a video for the CIA?
Seems kind of weird. I mean, who is this for?
Kids, I guess.
Sure, but why?
I don't know. The CIA has an image problem?
Well, then maybe they should stop operating secret prisons from Poland to Djibouti and needlessly spying on our closest allies during peacetime.
Hey, that might work.
Yay!
Good. See, it's good. People like it. That could be viral. Look, CIA, I get that you want to be the fun one, but A, you shouldn't be, and And B, you're not even very good at it. Don't waste your time writing jokes when we can all help you with that. Here's one right now. Hey, 2.5 Men got renewed for a 12th season. That show's harder to kill than Fidel Castro. Hashtag murder fail. Or perhaps you like your old school jokes. Here's one. 3 Arab guys walk into a bar, 2 of them are never heard from again. Hashtag where did they go? Hashtag secret prison. Hashtag Uzbekistan. In fact, I would invite everyone at home to help the CIA write jokes more suitable to their actual history. Simply use the hashtag #BetterCIATools. It's the first colossal privacy violation without LOL. That's our show for this evening. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back next Sunday. Have a great week.
Surprise, it's me, your oil change light. Here to ruin your day. Remember that last mechanic who sold you stuff you didn't need and took 3 long, boring hours? Did you trust him? Do you trust anyone anymore? What do I know? I'm just... That won't be asking you anymore.
Silence your oil change anxiety at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where we give you a stress-free oil change in about 15 minutes. Thanks for coming in. And a free 18-point maintenance check. Valvoline, service you can see, experts you can trust.
Of the week, and it has been dominated here in the US by the NFL, the FIFA of American sports. In July, there was outrage when Ray Rice of the Baltimore Ravens received just a 2-game suspension after assaulting his then fiancée. That outrage over that decision only got louder this week when a horrifying video of the assault was released. Many in the world of sports were rightly disgusted, although often for unnecessarily specific reasons.
You know, my daughter was to, get hit like that from another man. I have a serious problem with it.
Having a daughter, having a wife, I agree with their decision.
Take your sister, your mom, your significant other, if you have a daughter, and just put her face on Janae Rice's face. Now tell me, would you give the guy a second chance then?
Here's a crazy idea. You could put away your magic face-switching machine and just be upset about the incident as it actually happened. Because you should not need to insert a relative into a horrifying situation to make it horrific. For instance, I hate SeaWorld's treatment of whales on principle alone, not just because my father is an orca. See you at Christmas, Dad. I'll bring some fish. The NFL has behaved characteristically appallingly throughout this entire controversy, but perhaps the most amazing response of the week came from Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti, a candy apple with teeth, who has admitted failing to do enough when the assault first happened, but who is now, for some reason, trying to spin this whole mess as a positive.
If this is a seminal moment for domestic violence and the way we handle it as a society, then that's not a burden for us to be that poster boy. It's not. I'm embarrassed about it, but 5 years from now, things have changed significantly for the better. I'll be proud of it.
What? Really? You should all be thanking me. I've handled this situation so badly, I might accidentally instigate social progress. Think of it this way. You don't get to roast Rosa Parks without Rosa Parks' bus driver, and that is me. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. I did it. Now, moving on, ISIS. Their influence in the Middle East grows, and on Wednesday, the president announced to the nation that yet again, America would launch a military intervention into Iraq.
Our objective is clear. We will degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL through a comprehensive and sustained counterterrorism strategy. As Americans, we welcome our responsibility to lead.
Yeah, but do we welcome it in this case? Or is it like when the printer at work runs out of toner and there's no one else around who can fix it? Oh, shit! Do I really have to take the lead on this again? Fuck! Nobody else! Here's the problem. Almost everyone on Earth would like ISIS gone, and yet understandably, no one is eager to be the one to deal with it, which is why, as difficult as this might be, Americans need to come together and demand with one voice that Peru should really do something about this. Seriously, Peru, seriously. ISIS, Peru, poses a threat to the entire globe, and you are just sitting there. Life isn't just a fairy tale land of alpacas and pan flutes, Peru. At some point, you've got to pull your weight. And don't give me the whole, oh, but John, our population is the size of Texas, and the war on terror is a hopeless geopolitical paradox. That's bullshit, Peru! And also, it is not like you've got better things to do. I have seen how you people spend your time.
If you have a pet, a lot of us have taught the pet to sit, shake, maybe roll over. What about surf?
A Peruvian man has trained his pet alpaca to do just that. Alpacas are from the Andean highlands and raised by Peruvians. Pisco, the alpaca, wears a flotation vest.
I hope so.
And surfs for a little while, and then eventually goes, oh, get me out of here!
Oh, sure, that looks fun, but playtime's over, arseholes! ISIS is a menace, and it is 100% up to you, Peru, to get rid of them. Then, and only then, do you have permission to clamber back on a surfboard with a sopping wet alpaca. And finally, this week, there was some big news from the world of food, specifically Olive Garden. They started the week launching their latest promotion.
Olive Garden's taking all you can eat to a whole new level. The chain now is introducing a never-ending pasta pass. So for $100, you can eat all the pasta, salad, bread, and soft drinks you want for 7 weeks.
7 weeks of Olive Garden foods. That is pretty much a one-way ticket to the Hospitaliano. Now, unfortunately for them, their publicity pump was undercut when an activist hedge fund seeking to replace Olive Garden's management released this damning report, essentially pointing out that all that pasta you can eat is shit.
Darden Restaurant's beating on earnings but gets handed a 300 slide presentation from activist hedge fund Starboard with advice on how to cut costs to improve its Olive Garden chain, which, of course, that makes sense, including, though, easing up on bread, pushing more alcohol, and salting the pasta water.
That's right. Because according to one of the slides, they no longer put salt in the water they use to boil pasta, because that way, this is the reason, they get a longer warranty on their pots. Although what is really shocking there is that Olive Garden uses pots at all. I always just assumed that they microwaved cold pasta between 2 damp paper towels. That's what it tastes like. The slides go on to argue that Olive Garden serves a mushy, unappealing product, also that fried lasagna bites are not authentic Italian, describing them as barely edible, also saying of another dish, vegetable lasagna topped with chicken doesn't make any sense, which is fair, and also that customers are consistently disappointed. But my favourite slide shows a photo of the vegetable lasagna on the menu, and then juxtaposes that with what customers were actually served. What happened there? I can only presume that between the first and the second photo, that vegetable lasagna developed a massive crystal meth addiction. And if you think that PowerPoint presentation was aggressive, just wait until you see the ads they're running to shame Olive Garden into changing its ways.
Come on down to Olive Garden. for an inauthentic Italian experience that is guaranteed to leave your family consistently disappointed. Our food is mushy, unappealing, barely edible, and looks nothing like any of this. And while you're here, come visit our kitchen to see our many, still under warranty pots, uncorroded by any form of seasoning that might pleasure a customer's mouth. That's why we have some of the oldest pots around. In fact, think of us as a pot museum that occasionally serves something resembling food. Because we care about them a lot more than we care about you. Olive Garden, when you're here, why are you here?
Our main story this week is Scotland. Americans know it as the birthplace of Shrek and that accent you think you can do but actually can't. Well, this coming Thursday, Scotland is facing a major decision.
Scotland will vote this week on whether to leave the United Kingdom.
For the first time in modern history, London could be at risk of losing control of Scotland. It could become its own country.
Yes, it seems like England may lose yet another country. And look, I'm not saying the sun is setting on the British Empire. Let's just say the restaurant of history is switching to its dinner menu. Now there is a lot to explain here, especially because when most American people think about Scottish independence, they tend to picture this.
They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Oh yes, nothing screams Scottish freedom quite like a millionaire Australian anti-Semite on horseback. So let me bring you up to date here. Scotland is currently a member of the United Kingdom, which is not a country. It's actually a complicated political and economic union. Think of it as an archipelagic supergroup comprised of 4 variously willing members. And to understand why Scotland may want to leave, you really need to understand the history of its relationship with England.
For centuries, England and Scotland remained separate and frequently at war. But in 1707 they formed a single country, Great Britain, a decision that's been controversial in Scotland ever since.
Oh yeah, I'd say it's still controversial. Given that, as you can see here, we are still role-playing with wooden swords to try and emotionally work through it. So Scotland and England have been involved in something of a 300-year arranged marriage. And look, I will be the first one to acknowledge England has been a little bit of a dick since the honeymoon. In 1746, we actually banned the kilt just because we knew they liked it. And then we chose God Save the King as the UK's national anthem, a song which at one point had a verse referencing rebellious Scots to crush. Although to be fair, we later realised that was wrong and replaced it with a line about pissing on the Welsh. But 2.5 years ago, it was announced that Scotland would finally get to vote on its independence. And since then, there has been a spirited campaign.
There are 2 campaigns. Yes, Scotland, backed by the SNP and the Scottish Greens, and Better Together.
Okay, for a start, Better Together is not a great name for a campaign. It sounds like what people say to convince themselves to stay in a dead marriage. Look, I'm not saying we're good together, Marion, I'm saying we're better together. Tax-wise, it's preferable to the alternative. Why are you crying, Marion? I'm saying something nice. And if you think their name is uninspiring, wait until you hear their slogan.
No thanks. No thanks.
No thanks.
No thanks.
No thanks is a violently British way to refuse something. That is just one step away from, oh, I couldn't possibly. But what's even more interesting here is who is helping fund these 2 campaigns.
Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling wants Scotland to stay part of the UK. Rowling has donated $1.6 million to the Better Together campaign.
Yeah, but that's not really a surprise, is it? She famously wrote a book where a redhead played second fiddle to a magical Englishman. Come along, Ron, come along. I shall have all the powers, and your brothers can die fighting my wars. Come on, come on. Meanwhile, the opposing side has received 80% of its funding from these 2 people.
Jackpots. A Scottish couple scoop £161 million on the lottery, making them Europe's biggest ever winners.
That's right. The pro-independence campaign is predominantly financed by lottery winners. They're like an adorable Scottish version of the Koch brothers. So let's just look at the two arguments. First, the case in favour of Scottish independence.
We can take matters into Scottish hands. No one, absolutely no one, will run the affairs of this country better than the people who live and work in Scotland.
And to be fair, he might be right about that. Scots know how to run a country. Because when they got to choose a national animal, they selected, and I swear this is true, a unicorn. Who knew you were allowed to do that? Pick a fictional animal. Yeah. America's probably kicking itself for choosing the bald eagle now, aren't you? You could have picked a Wookiee in a top hat. Or whatever the fuck Grimace is. Look. He looks like a magic genie granted a wish to Gorbachev's birthmark. But... And also, for their national flower, the Scots chose a thistle. That is a plant made out of tiny knives and a throwing star. The only flower I like is a flower that can pierce an Englishman's throat. And look, there are legitimate reasons for Scotland to want to govern itself. For instance, it's a predominantly liberal country which has frequently been governed by a conservative UK government, and seldom has that divide been more pronounced than right now, when the UK's Prime Minister is David Cameron.
Cameron's problem is that as a posh southern Tory, he's seen in Scotland as the personification of everything that's wrong with England and the UK.
Yeah, I agree with that. He embodies all the things I hate most about England, and I'm English. Let me prove this to you. This is a picture of him as a student at Oxford. He's in fucking tails. Now, Cameron says he's desperately embarrassed by that photo, which is why it pains me so much to be showing it to you. Can we get a close-up on his face? Because that is the face of a man who fast-forwards through the servant parts of Downton Abbey. Just... Who cares what's happening downstairs? Let's just hope the soup doesn't get cold. In fact, let me show you what an arsehole David Cameron is. One of the biggest issues in the independence debate concerns the fact that Scotland has a surprisingly large amount of oil. But watch how David Cameron responded to a simple parliamentary question about who should control revenues from it.
A poll last week showed that 68% of Scots want oil revenues devolved to Scotland. Does the Prime Minister agree that 68% of Scots, or does he not? If you ask a stupid question, you get a stupid answer.
Imagine that sound for 300 years, and it gives you some sense of why Scotland may be ready to leave. Okay, so let's look at the anti-independence campaign now. Clearly, they had some serious work to do. Unfortunately, their attempts to win hearts and minds involved this controversial commercial targeted at women, featuring a Scottish mother confused by the whole concept of independence, who was just sent her kids off to school.
Best time to do this, when they're all out, nice and quiet. Gives you time to think, helps you clear your head. She only lasts for 2 minutes. Don't get me wrong, I know how important this vote is. There's not much time left for the decision. It's like someone I'm working the day.
It's so confusing, it hurts my wee head. I'm just a woman, you know, just a pair of ovaries and some bangs. How do I possibly have the mental capacity to pick from one of two options? Put me down for a no, and never trust me with an important decision again. What's crazy about this? The crazy thing about the anti-independence side actually has some legitimate arguments to make. Leaving the UK would potentially have some serious consequences for Scotland.
If it were for independence, Scots have been warned that they risk losing the pound as their currency.
That they could lose the pound, and that's not enough. Because if they do, they either have to join the currently unstable North, or revert to Scotland's old policy, which I believe was sheep and threats. I'll give you a free sheep for it and a punch in the face, but we have a fucking deal! Why do they hate
Scotland's oil, there are genuine concerns over how much might actually be left.
The reserves are dwindling. The Office for Budget Responsibility expects the number of barrels produced to decline from 2 million a day in 2012 to just 500,000 in 2040.
And if that's true, that might be a problem. Because if you've ever been there, you will know that solar power is not an option for Scotland. So those are the two sides, and with the vote just days away, this thing is set to go down to the wire.
This morning, in shock, Brits woke up to headlines like these. Don't let me be the last Queen of Scotland. Last stand to keep the Union. A new poll for the UK Sunday Times newspaper shows 51% of Scots plan to vote yes for independence.
And if it comes down to just one vote, we all know who will be called upon to break that tie. Go with your gut, Nessie. You do you, Nessie. You do you. It seems like there is a real chance that Scotland may leave. And if they do, just so you know, there are going to be some significant consequences for everybody.
They might also have to say cheerio to something more symbolic, the beloved Union Jack. You see, the current flag, which hasn't changed in over 200 years, is a mix between England's Cross of St. George, Scotland's Cross of St. Andrew, and Ireland's Cross of St. Patrick.
And the government could ditch the blue or white cross of St. Andrews for something that looks like this.
Oh, great! Well, there goes my fucking bedspread, my shower curtain, my wallpaper, and my dog. Unbelievable! We can't do it! But it is not just flags that are a cause for concern. There is also the small matter of this.
The Scottish National Party wants to get rid of the nuclear weapons that are currently based in Scotland and ship them back to England, and that would be a huge problem for the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that would also be a huge problem for everybody because we have nowhere to keep them right now. I mean, I guess we could disguise them as Buckingham Palace guards, but people are going to notice that after a while. And Scotland wants those weapons gone. Their leaders have described them as, and I quote, an affront to basic decency. And this is coming from the land of the haggis, a boiled sheep's stomach stuffed with organ meat. It is no wonder the British government is suddenly panicking. They are scrambling to make nice with Scotland. But here's the problem. When you haven't been nice to someone for 1,000 years, it's very difficult to suddenly start. For instance, last week, they tried raising the Scottish flag over 10 Downing Street. Watch how that went.
On the 6th of Downing Street, on the orders of the Prime Minister no less, a moment of high symbolism. Oh dear, and it's not as though everything was going swimmingly before.
That's right. Not even English flagpoles can suddenly start treating Scotland with the respect it deserves. Get this rag off me! Get it off! I can't! Get this blue mess off me! And in a last-ditch effort, David Cameron has even tried, like a romantic hero, to turn up at Scotland's door and plead for them not to.
I would be heartbroken if this family of nations that we've put together and that we've done such amazing things together, if this family of nations was torn apart.
That's it. That's the best plea you've got. There are only 4 days left. Look, if I've learned one thing from the last 4 minutes of British romantic comedies, is that if you're trying to win someone over, you need a big romantic gesture. A kiss in the rain, a kiss in the snow, turning up to someone's door with romantic signs expressing your love for them because you can't say it out loud because her husband, your best friend, is in the next room, which is a bit fucked up. But it is effective. It's effective, so with that in mind, let's do this. Because right now, Scotland, I'm just a boy, standing in front of a nation, asking you to continue tolerating me. You want me to show you what I'm willing to do to save this relationship? Here, I want instant happiness. Sheep lumps. There are literally sheep lumps in my mouth. Let me just wash that down with some fine Scottish whiskey. It tastes like a delicious house fire. Look at me, Scotland. I'm drunk on scotch. I'm trying to choke back sheep lung vomit. So kiss me, Scotland. What do you mean this isn't enough? Look, here's your national animal.
That's right. I will find enjoyment in bagpipe music. I believe this particular song is called Bagpipe Magnolia, and I love it. In fact, it just won't drop. It seems to go
Newscasters misidentifying photographs as selfies.
Team USA taking this selfie.
Hands crying funny, obligatory selfie.
I want to do the selfie with a Leroy.
There's even a doggy selfie station.
Nice. That's a selfie. That's the back of the pickup truck rolling down the highway. Well, that's a selfie, right? That is the ultimate selfie.
Visit your vacationrentals.com. Please enjoy more guests. Look this function. Easy love purpose. Spot coming. Visit your vacationrentals.com.
I don't need inspiration. My entire life, I'm really excited about it. Here she comes. I'm ready for this new classic. Harvey's jargon of fresco brown toasted sourdough with signature mushroom Swiss burger. Fan favorites for over 30 years and counting. Served with 100% Angus beef. Harvey's, goodness in the making. And without limits, Tire Pro, Hong Tire.
Twitter. You won't just put the observations, pics, or messages to your favourite One Direction member who for some reason never responds to you. What is wrong, Liam? What part of you don't you understand? It has also become a valuable venue for hashtag discussions on serious social issues. For instance, this week, after the release of the Leroy video, Twitter is the home for a national conversation about domestic violence.
On the hashtags why I stayed and why I left, brave survivors are exposing the vicious cycle of abuse.
Every time was the last time. Hashtag why I stayed. And because I was pregnant and wanted my daughter to have a dad. Hashtag why I stayed.
Now that is clearly a positive tool, giving victims a voice and providing everyone else a glimpse into the complicated realities of the issue. The problem is when something like this thing happens.
Pizza Maker DiGiorno is under fire tonight about using a Twitter hashtag about domestic violence in order to promote itself. A message saying you had pizza with the hashtag why I stayed.
Wow, DiGiorno, that is a fuck up. I did not think you could do anything more viscerally offensive than produce a microwavable pizza, but I was wrong. Here is the problem. Twitter conversations and corporations don't mix. For instance, there was a tweet this week marking 9/11 saying today is the 30th anniversary of 9/11. We remember those lost and honour those still fighting for freedom. Hashtag 9/11 never forget. It's a fine tweet. It's just a little weird, but it came from, and this is true, Fleshlight, the famous purveyors of fake vaginas on a stick. I hate to sound old-fashioned here, but when in deep grief, I don't want to hear anything from a cylinder topped with a silicone replica of a woman's genitals you can stick your dick in. You really want that cylinder to remain respectfully silent. And it wasn't just Fleshlight. The Build-A-Bear workshop tweeted this picture of a bear wearing camouflage, and Medieval Times
posted this image. Oh yes, those horses will never forget where they were on 9/11, presumably because they were in a dark basement in New Jersey being fed rotten carrots by a suburban teenager dressed as a squire. But that's not the point. That's not the point. Look, companies, your silence is never going to be controversial. No one will ever go, I can't believe it, Skittles didn't tweet about 9/11 yesterday. They must support terrorism, I'm never eating them again. And yet, companies keep trying to get involved in conversations they have no business being in. On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Pop Chips posted a quote referring to him as an eternal optimist. On Pearl Harbor's anniversary, SpaghettiOs tweeted this picture of a SpaghettiO holding an American flag. And when Casey Anthony was acquitted and not guilty was trending, Enterman's got involved, tweeting, who's hashtag not guilty about eating all the tasty treats they want? Not only is that offensive, it's basically pointless. The best and only advertising Enterman's needs is a circular yellow sticker that says only $1 on it. That's it. Because that's what corporations don't understand. Twitter is a cocktail party where friends and strangers can meet and chat. Corporations don't belong there. It's like having Tony the Tiger burst into a conversation and say, they're great! Right guys, whatever you were talking about. Tony, we were talking about Meghan's abortion. What is wrong with you? Why are you even here, Tony? Get out of here, Tony! So with that in mind,
Yeah. Yeah, you could come in.
it's called hashtag we understand that as corporate entities our presence in certain discussions is not always required, so we will strive to limit our activities to just selling you shit.
I said yes.
If any of you are thinking, well that's too long, it's not. It's exactly 140 characters, so you can't fuck it up by adding anything else. If any officially verified business tweets this, we will retweet it from our account on the solemn understanding that the next time there's a hashtag out there that seems popular, you will stay the fuck out of it. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching.
Can I play my game since my chores done and my room's done and everything?
It's not done. You haven't swept them up.
Then I swept and then now mopped.
So is the table cleaned off? Are the chairs cleaned off?
Oh.
Yeah. Y'all gonna do these chores right.
Sparkle keeps everyday messes, and it won't clean out your computer.
This partnership with WMSPN, you got something, they do such an amazing job that it just makes me feel like I can relax, and it allows us to just focus on making things better.
For a business offer, click here or visit wm.com/baseball.
The sad thing is, we in America are on such a roll of condemning anti-gay legislation around the world in places like Uganda and of course recently in Russia.
I have no patience for countries that try to treat gays and lesbians and transgender persons in ways that intimidate them or harmful to them.
I have no patience, although to be honest, I might try and build some up. You never know when it'll come in handy. Because there was no public statement on Brunei's laws from the State Department at all this week. We even called them, and we're nobody that explicitly told us that. Although there was one group this week that took a stand.
It's also led to several celebrities boycotting the Beverly Hills Hotel, which is owned.
I've got to say, congratulations to the city of Los Angeles. It cannot have been easy to discover you have a worse billionaire owner than this guy. So, the most public statement of condemnation this week came from, and this is true, Ellen's Twitter, where she said she had been boycotting hotels and assaulted homes. Take that, Sultan. You might get a pass from every single government, but do you not piss off the People's Republic of Ellen. You don't do it. You don't do that. And
as always, a kingdom of unexpected treasures.
Nice, very nice. But I'm afraid you are going to want to change at least the end of that. Nothing is the answer. Allow it.
And now, people falling asleep behind politicians. Understand, success in life won't be determined just by what's given to you or what happens to you. There's no our allies are so much less willing to trust us. We need to make sure that we must do these things together, as one nation and one people. Corporate Japan to overtake the United States of America. The common refrain is, more terrorists, but I'm working on it. Folks on the left do the same thing, trying to be purposely provocative, saying that you just say these things that you say that's the other side. Social powers they have to deal with are inconsequential. Stand. An opportunity. I know you can do it. That's the
Where does that make sense?
is us. I want her there. You went back to the house with a dog, Jack? Fuck the dog. You got kids, Jack. Boo. Jack. And look, it wasn't just that happened which means it's over. Look at Australia. 70% only happened because of deserts. And 30% happened because of Australians. Now, we've talked about their Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce before. You may remember he threatened to euthanize illegally imported dogs, pistol and boot. Joyce is a social conservative who opposed same-sex marriage in every country. She believes in traditional family values, and you can probably see where this is going.
Barnaby Joyce facing private matter. Deputy Prime Minister pleading for privacy after News Corp published photographs of his former media advisor while heavily pregnant with his child.
Well, you might think that is important, but in reality, Joyce has such a traditional family values that he can't restrict them to just one family. The Australian media has understandably jumped on this. The Deputy Prime Minister and the wife of 4 children, Jack Willis, 33, former media advisor, and they even went so far as to track down his father, who's frankly not thrilled with Barnaby's behaviour.
He could be his future father-in-law, says he wants the opening partners to roast him on a spit.
Australian man who has ever lived. Look, in Australia, they don't actually have sex before they just have that guy coming down your chimney, whether you've been bad or good, he just beats you with a newspaper. Now, and that's Islam, and I to understand Islam. The thing that you bring up with all your friends in the same political party is still want to have an argument. This week, put a new scandal that is rising.
Israeli police are recommending that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu two corruption cases. They include claims that Netanyahu accepted money from a Hollywood producer and that he offered preferential treatment to a Hollywood publisher in exchange for positive coverage.
And that is just the beginning. They also charge with lavish gifts from wealthy friends, $300,000 worth of cigars and champagne. And while he denies these charges, Barnaby and his wife do that. Expanded tests. She is indicted as well as the internet, which is both a harsh criticism and an objectively chic backstatement. But the details of their spending are striking. Over the years, they've been accused of spending $1,700 of taxpayer money on celebrity candles, $2,700 just on high-end ice cream, and in 2013, Netanyahu spent $127 during a double bet on a payment in charity to attend Margaret Thatcher's funeral. That's only a 5-hour flight from Israel. You go to Margaret Thatcher's funeral, afterwards you're going to be all worked up and ready to the Netanyahu's efforts to spin their use of public funds in the past have been absolutely ridiculous. A few years ago, they even tried to preempt criticism by giving a reality host a tour of the official residence to show the nation what a pile of shit it actually is. And the whole thing is in really bad taste, although there is one moment that really elevates. See if you can spot it.
This door has been through thousands of meetings. What is this? A lamp just broke, and it was blue.
What is this? I'm sorry, what is this? Wow, I'm shocked. This is your kitchen. It looks like the kitchen of a boarding school in Romania where I grew up. What's this here in the back? This here is the closet. I think Aunt Fred is hiding there in the back.
Wow! So, apparently, at no point in the editing process for that did anyone, either the Prime Minister's office or elsewhere, say, that all looks great. Maybe we use the Anne Frank joke. One half expected that South African examples to appear in the corner of the screen saying, boo, boo, Anne Frank jokes, boo. And yet, it says something about how destabilising the world's weakest people. Watching someone tell an Anne Frank joke during a mean-spirited Israeli house tour is in the dumbest thing that I've seen someone say on television this week. And now, this.
And now, for Valentine's Day, local news presents some heart-shaped shit.
When we come back and do this party today, I'm going to show you how to make a heart-shaped party day. Hey, look at these heart-shaped bagels. A heart-shaped bagel. Yes, it is heart-shaped. Yes, heart-shaped out there looks like heart-shaped inside.
story tonight concerns Donald Trump, the only president who combines extraordinary extramarital affairs with young JFK with the dead weight populace of President Watergate Richard Nixon. And look, I know we have talked about Trump a lot on this show, but tonight we want to do it from a slightly different angle, and that is focusing on his relationship with the world. Because while we were away, you may remember one particular remark he made.
According to the US president, Africa is a shithole.
That's right. He said that. He absolutely said that, except to be fair to him, it actually worked. Because he called Africa, Haiti, and El Salvador shitholes, which is just not okay. I'm sure he knows that I personally called Belgium shithole multiple times, but in my defense, A, I'm not Muslim, and B, Belgium is a lonesome chocolate gulag with no objective reason to exist. So you can see that it's very ridiculous. You can see that. Oh, you probably saw people on the SUV being justifiably appalled by those remarks, but what you may not have seen is the response to the countries he insulted.
I am honestly so shocked. Countries like, has he ever been to this country to commit a seriously?
We not see how we people, we just not people.
He's a shit, yes. Because it doesn't matter what you have. He's still going to the same hole with the same worms he'll be into.
Wow. You know, it says something about the Trump era, but the phrase "the same worms will eat him too" actually qualifies as a hopeful thought. I've honestly got that crocheted on a pillow so I can wake up to it every morning. And look, it is not like that's the only time that Trump's remarks have caused an international uproar. He said that Korea used to be part of China, which outraged South Koreans. He claimed that Germany owes NATO vast sums of money, which it does not. And in the UK, he retweeted these anti-Muslim videos from a far-right British group which triggered massive condemnation. And instead of fully apologising for it, he said, it was a big story where you are, but it was not a big story where I am. And that is exactly his attitude. If it wasn't big where I could see it, then it wasn't big. So for that last from foreign affairs, Trump may not have lasted object permanence, which you really need to be a good president or even a good fucking baby. And yet, here's the crucial thing. The rest of the world continues to exist, whether Trump acknowledges it or not. So tonight, let's try and answer a few basic questions. First, what is Donald Trump's foreign policy? Because it seems to be little more than repeating a single phrase.
America first. America first. America first. Again. America first. America first. It will be America first from now on. America first.
Now, if you are another country watching that, you may well be wondering, wait, when has America's attitude ever not been America first? They've been putting America first since the day they arrived in America, very much second. But to hear Donald Trump telling in recent years, we were getting the short end of the stick. On the campaign trail, he often complained that America had become a global punchline and promised that he could reverse that.
The world is laughing at us, folks. The whole world is laughing at us. They're laughing at this, at what's going on in our country. The world laughs at us, folks. The world laughs at us. We're not going to be a laughing stock like we have been, and we have been, believe me.
Oh, we're not going to be a laughing stock anymore, huh? It is insane that Trump, this guy, thought he would end the laughing. So the flamingo in boxer shorts named Phineas J. Rocket Dunn ran for president under the slogan, "Time to get serious." Now, for the record, since Trump became president, if anything, the world is laughing harder than ever before, because while all US presidents do get made fun of, impersonating Trump has become an international cottage industry. Israel has Trump kicking a Muslim man while dancing lewdly to Guns N' Roses. Germany has him dancing to Uptown Funk. Spain has him flipping off the world and again dancing like an idiot. And there's more. Here he is in Pakistan. Here he is in Bulgaria. Here he is in Taiwan. Here he is in Ethiopia. Here's a pretty shitty one from Turkey where they're not even trying. Here's a Korean Trump, and here's one from an Italian comedy show singing Born in the USA on a stealth fighter before being taken out with a bucket on his head. Are any of these funny? I don't know. Is anything about Trump funny anymore? Some of the world's most objectively laughable humans become a
Excuse me, Papa. I'm going to give you your paper.
And in case you
Alicia just wants to touch it.
Okay, thank you.
30% after being at nearly 50% just 2 years ago. That is a precipitous drop in popularity. He's the equivalent of replacing Gal Gadot in the Wonder Woman franchise with Matt Lauer. And look, I know that Donald Trump and others may not give a shit about what the world thinks about us, but they really should for a number of reasons. Chief among them, something called soft power, which, yes, I acknowledge, does sound like an erectile dysfunction medication for chinchillas. So soft, yet so hard. But basically it refers to the ability to get others to do what you want them to do without using carrots or sticks. It's kind of a country's brand. And a nation's soft power can come from many sources, from your culture, to the ideals you express, to your reputation. And diplomacy can play a major part in it. Even hard power practitioners like Trump's own Secretary of Defense, Jim Mad Dog Mattis, support the soft power work that's done by the State Department. That is why a few years back he gave a full-throated defense of properly funding it.
Frankly, they need to be as fully funded as possibly appropriate, because if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition to fund them.
Now that is scary, because buy more ammunition is his way of saying without diplomacy there will be more wars. He doesn't need more ammunition so he can make more bullet earrings for his Etsy store, because he's not just Secretary of Defense, he also crafts accessories for the elegant weirdo. Now, unfortunately though, Trump has shown little interest in soft power. His administration recently proposed a 29% cut to the State Department and foreign aid, and there are many high-level vacancies at the State Department, to say nothing about lack of ambassadors.
From Belgium to Belize, South Korea to South Africa, President Trump has a problem. His embassies have no ambassador. Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, all without ambassadors.
Holy shit! South Korea, Turkey and Saudi Arabia, those are countries where you really need an ambassador. It's not like Liechtenstein, where you can basically scrape by with a sign that says, never stop Liechtenstein. And as with the ambassadors that Trump has appointed, some of them are frankly not great. When Trump appointed Pete Hoekstra, ambassador to the Netherlands, they were a little upset over there, as this interview shows.
Speaking of threat, at one point you mentioned in a debate that there are no-go zones in the Netherlands, and that cars and politicians are being set on fire. And I didn't say that. That is actually the incorrect statement. Yeah, we would call it fake news.
Okay, I didn't say that, so he's given himself some wiggle room, as long as he didn't say exactly what the reporter just claimed about no-go zones and politicians being set on fire. He's technically correct. The only thing in the whole world that would make him not correct is if a video of him saying that cars and politicians are being burned and that yes, there are no-go zones in the Netherlands.
There are cars being burned, there are politicians that are being burned, and yes, there are no-go zones in the Netherlands.
It's pretty weird not to recall saying out loud there are politicians that are being burned in the Netherlands. It's not the kind of thing that you do and immediately forget about, like driving to work or seeing the movie The Post. I mean, I have a vague memory of walking into a darkened room, eating milk duds and thinking Meryl Streep is a treasure, but the rest is a complete blank. But when Trump was asked about his understaffed State Department, he claimed that it didn't really matter for one key reason.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters, because when it comes to it, that's what the policies will be.
I'm the only one that matters. The only one that matters is me. It's hard to tell if Donald Trump is laying out a diplomatic strategy or demanding that Daddy buy him an Oompa Loompa now. Okay. If Trump is the only one that matters, then his actions are critical to our nation's foreign policy. That brings us to our next question. How is his approach to the world going? And the answer, surprisingly, is great. Now, this. Wait, I'm kidding. It's been a fucking disaster. In fact, to give you a sense of how much damage he can do in very little time, I can't believe you nearly bought that. To give you a sense of how much damage he can do in very little time. Just like a
come up here to a room rearranged.
G7 summit. It was just 3 days of meetings.
In which time he reported to the top European leaders that, quote, the Germans are bad, very bad. Then shook Emmanuel Macron's hand so aggressively he seems like he was trying to masturbate an elephant.
What?
Seven conference the next day, world leaders unsuccessfully tried to convince him to stay in the Paris Climate Agreement, and in the middle of all of that he gave a speech where he failed to explicitly reaffirm Article 5, the basic principle that NATO members should come to the aid of each other when attacked. Now, forming it is routine for presidents, and it was even in Trump's speech until being apparently deleted at the very last minute, blindsiding top members of his own national security team. And after witnessing Trump's erratic behaviour for just 3 days, Angela Merkel was so shell-shocked she made this statement.
So I believe the times where we can completely rely on others are, to an extent, over. I've experienced this in the last few days, and that's why we Europeans must really take our fate into our own hands.
Didn't I just say, let me come up here to talk to my husband? So why are you on my tail? I've been up here for 32 seconds.
We're probably lucky there was an event of any kind, otherwise she would have just yelled out, Europe is on its own, and her nephew's piano recycled. And this brings us to our final question. What are the consequences of war?
Then she gonna come at me and tell me, then she gonna come at me and tell me.
Obvious candidate is Germany, but even they know their own issue with that.
Well, whenever I talk to people in our neighbour countries, they mostly expected sort of the leadership of Germany. But on the other side, whenever I talk to the people in these countries with very good memory what happened in the first half of the 20th century, they're very reluctant talking about German leadership.
You're right. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because I didn't want to be the first one to bring it up, but you are absolutely right. When people hear Germany wants to take a leading role in Europe, most of us do still think, no, they're still in timeout and they know why. They know what they did, not each other. Now, globally, it seems that China is central in this beneficial, because they have been aggressively seeking to increase their influence and soft power, something that has not gone unnoticed.
A nation head of government recently returned to me that at every regional conference, Washington sends a couple of diplomats, whereas Beijing sends dozens. The Chinese are there at every committee meeting, and you are not, he said. The result of this trend is that Beijing is increasingly setting the issue again.
It's true. The US is absent at many important meetings. That doesn't even include meetings that Jared Kushner was supposed to attend, but he couldn't find a room. Too shy to ask someone, and then he realised it was too late anyway, so he just killed an hour wandering around the lobby pretending to be on the phone. And the thing is, China's increased influence should be alarming, because they're an autocratic country. You don't necessarily want China setting global priorities where they try human rights and democracy. And yet, Trump's reckless behaviour is opening the door to exactly that happening. Not to mention the fact that what he's doing is going to make it harder for him to accomplish his own goals. He wants to contain North Korea, so to do that, he will have to appoint an ambassador to South Korea. He wants Germany to spend more on its military, okay, but maybe stop publicly shaming Merkel if you want her to be able to sell that idea back home. And if he wants to contain security threats like ISIS and Al-Shabaab in African countries, then maybe don't call African countries fucking shitholes. And Trump can say that he doesn't care because his approach is America first, but you need allies to get anything done. Foreign affairs is like sex. If you loudly announce that you will always come first, you're going to have trouble finding partners. And as for Trump's other promise that the world will stop laughing, it is not just comedians doing that, it's world leaders. Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull was impressed in the last year, and he had himself a bit of fun. It's a key ally using the fact mudslide and crossing down the road like a fourth grader with a carrot stick stuck on his nose. And if you think that was grim, let me show you one more thing back when you're looking for Trump impersonators around.
But she's saying
with a
like,
comedian making fun of Trump's suspiciously close relationship to Putin. And there's a fun little surprise for you, just at the end.
The other day, Hillary asked me, Donald, do you love Russia? I answered, yes, I do. I love Russia. But you have no evidence against me.
America's reputation overseas is under attack from its own president, which is just ridiculous. Soft power is an act of salesmanship. It's selling your brand. It is the one thing that Trump is supposed to be good at, and he's fucking blowing it. So as an idiot who has fallen in love with this country, for what it's worth, please allow me to speak to the rest of the world in America's defense, because Donald Trump does not reflect America. I mean, to be completely honest, he does reflect it a bit, but the point is, America is not one thing. It's a beautiful mess of contradictions where good and bad are mixed together. On one hand, it makes Mountain Dew, which tastes like a honeydew melon smoked by a radioactive clown. On the other hand, he also made this awesome bed shaped like the Batmobile. You can fall asleep in that thing and be Batman if Batman somehow got knocked out of the Batmobile and had to sleep in his car. But that's the American dream right there. America's the country that came up with YouTube. Yes, I know. Thank you. I wanted that shithead Logan Paul. But it also gave you those videos of adults in T-Rex suits on dirt bikes, ballet dancing, exercising, and doing basic car repairs. That Nixon dinosaur costume, that's
she's so fucking stupid. I already said her what I said, but she replied to me that shit. I said to her thing about investigators. Investigators have to hold on. It's all evidence. They cannot share evidence with anybody or any other agency.
It's objectively disgusting, but I will run across traffic to eat this.
This is what I do.
The point is, Trump is the worst
I went to school
yes,
for the shit. You ain't think I sat in the classroom 3.7 GPA. You need to fuck alone.
The brain voice of Donald Trump screaming America first.
And not the way you think I'm finna act.
New York City gay men's chorus.
Because he trying to get me to blow up. I'm not blowing up. They tried to get me to blow up on the phone. I said, no, I asked you. I don't want to hear all of that. I asked you a yes or no question. Yes or no.
A terrible, stupid song.
So why am I staying on the phone?
Beautifully. This should be our
Bullshit.
national anthem. And so, please, world.
I learned that in school too. I worked as an I'm telling you, I worked as an independent living skills specialist. That means you go around and you help people get around people. And you advocate for people. So you don't think I'm going to use these same skills for myself? Like, how would I know about the National Association of Social Workers? And then that's when they emailed me. As soon as I said that shit, she like, and we're not thinking about taking the kids out. What do you fuck about that thing? You came from my family. You came from my wife. I can't fuck you up.
Let's have some. We need to be off like that. It's competitive. Sorry, conversations from the start.
Number.
You can't say shit about my doctor because she said I've been his doctor for 10 years.
Check your credentials. See how credit.
Since you want to go out to everybody, you can't fuck with that now. So what's the next thing? Everybody got to do about it.
Before we start this evening, a quick update regarding this show. Because you remember last year we did an episode on coal, in which we talked about this man, Bob Lowe. Now, we said a lot of things about him, culminating in a 7-foot squirrel telling him to eat shit. And
I was told I can't do that. I said, okay.
the defamation. It's true, that case
And I haven't done it. Why would you try to use that against me?
The judge has said he's going to dismiss it. Now,
I know.
so what they said much more for now. So I won't, because, as I think you know, now is not the time for victory laps. It's not a time for gloating. It's not a time for saying, hey, we won, and just rubbing it in the face. Over and over again. That time will come. Oh, it will come. And I promise that we will discuss this whole case as soon as we are able to. Until then, my very friends, away. He'll be back. I promise he will be back.
You ain't asked her.
For now, let's move on to a quick recap, which was dominated by the continuing debate on the gun control in the wake of last week's school shooting.
Of course, you're going to say, yeah, my papa whooped.
I said he is determined.
Now they're going to tell y'all whoop that ass too, man.
And he even gave us a glimpse of his new plan.
While President
I don't
Trump
take
says
no
he's
shit. That's
listening
why my
to new
daughter don't
ideas
like it.
about school safety, he emphasized arming teachers and other school personnel.
I'm not going to sit there and baby.
Backed by the National Rifle Association.
Everybody trying to get me in for you. Say, yay.
You're gonna be dead. That's gonna be fast.
Okay. So, first thing then, you're going to be dead and he's going to be fast is already the slogan for Carl's Jr., so you can't use that.
You tell me.
But Trump's support for these clearly terrible ideas seems to develop over
Like I told you.
focus groups on Wednesday during a listening session featuring survivors of the shooting. The session was ended, which is unbeknownst, including a reminder to say, I hear you, which is what you might write down if you were a robot pretending to be a person, pretending to be a robot, pretending to be a person. And not surprisingly, arming some teachers did
I'm
not
like,
go down
motherfucker,
too well.
crazy. You know, they
Watch what
want to play
happens when
games.
they ask for show of hands.
Does anybody like that idea? Does anybody like it? Right? Yes. The meadow, the beautiful meadow. Like we talked about that. And do people feel strongly against it? Anybody? Anybody? Strongly against it? Right. I can understand both sides.
That is Donald Trump in a nutshell, proposing a terrible idea in a tone-deaf way, then refusing to acknowledge he just lost the popular vote. Now, but there are clearly...
He's on some snake shit.
The fact that it is not their job, to the fact that there was an armed deputy in Parkland, and that didn't deter or stop the shooting.
Motherfucking home and shit like they should have a license. Who the fuck is you, nigga?
Public school teachers nationwide and 400,000 in private schools. Arming 20% of them, as Mr. Trump suggested Thursday, would mean more than 700,000
Just
people
like
with
you
guns
said,
in schools.
everybody try to figure that out.
So it's no wonder the NRA likes this solution. It involves buying hundreds of thousands of guns, and that's their solution to everything. They're going to almost climate change by pointing a Glock at the ocean and daring that motherfucker to rise. And it's not doctrine. One of the many groups expressing doubts about this idea is teachers.
This does not pass any common sense test whatsoever.
The National Education Association said more guns in a school is not
I
the
don't get nobody
solution.
to
The
do that.
problem is
Now, one
that
motherfucker
very
walked in
dangerous
and was like,
people have very easy access to very dangerous weapons.
She's right, and she's using the patient, exasperated tone of a teacher explaining something to the dumbest students in her class, which in a way, she is. The answer doesn't make sense. Also, we don't actually want less guns in schools. We want fewer guns in schools. All eyes on me. Look, but now, let's move on to India. An economic and cultural powerhouse is the reason the most annoying friend won't shut up about it. You get it, Paisley, you can fuck upside down. This week, India hosted a number of foreign dignitaries. First, there was Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, whose visit alongside United States.
Prime Minister Modi's daring silence on the visit of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to India hasn't gone unnoticed. No airport hub, and no joint visit to Gujarat. Is Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying Modi's snub?
Ouch. It seems like Modi's treating Trudeau like a guy who finishes third on the Bachelorette, which, let's face it, is actually what Justin Trudeau looks like. Oh, he gets to hometown, sure, but after fancy suites, it's not. Now that's not may have its roots in Trudeau's perceived soft
like sit down, Ivan.
the situation by going in heavy on the national press banding with Indian outfit after Indian outfit that seemed a bit much. I mean, it's not like when Modi visits Ottawa, he turns up in full Canadian formal dress, by which I of course mean a Railway State Toronto Raptors jersey and a and look, it's not just me who found it over the top. Listen to this Indian
ain't going.
Well, I just want
Nigga, you can't. Only you who control him. My daughter will tell you. Only person who can control my dad.
into editorial choices,
I
and that
can
is
be able to do
Indian
that.
design, and it's definitely not an Indian design.
I gotta be stepping.
Fashion blunder. It looked like a
Hey,
brand
listen.
ambassador for
I gotta act like she got some.
Oh,
What's up?
a cheap Bollywood movie.
What about him?
Solid scene from Indian Team Gun.
What you bring about him up here for?
Turned out to be the most unfortunate
He did it again?
India since the Darjeeling Limited. But Trudeau was actually lucky because his trip was overshadowed by a visit from Donald Trump Jr., named Man of the Year by Daddy Issues magazine 40 years running. So, what brought America's greatest living Donald Trump to India? Was it a profound sense of wanderlust, or did perhaps a trash pile of shitty condos need unloading? I won't keep you in suspense.
Don Jr. arrived today using the Trump brand to sell new luxury apartments. Newspaper ads in the country touting Trump has arrived. Have you?
Okay, so first, Trump has arrived is unquestionably what Don Jr. says when he orgasms. He saves the have you for special occasions. And also, that is a pretty misleading ad, because when you say Trump has arrived, people naturally assume you mean the President of the United States, not Don Jr. It's like if Ed Sullivan went, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles, and then the studio was just overrun with Beatles. That's not what people signed up for. And look, if you think that's harsh, even those present were a tad disappointed with one real estate developer telling the Washington Post, ideally, we'd have preferred Ivanka. Which, yes, is understandable. You're coming on a little ungrateful there, India. Just be thankful you didn't get Eric, okay? Could have been worse. Now, Trump's trip started off a little bumpy as well. He sat down with CNBC India for a softball interview in which he somehow managed to give the only wrong answer to the question, can you say one thing you like about India?
I think there is something about the spirit of the Indian people that's unique here to other parts of the emerging world. I can, you can go through a town and and I don't mean to be glib about it, but you can see the poorest of the poor. And there's still a smile on the face. You say hello. It's a different spirit that you don't see in other parts of the world.
Okay, so look, condescending tone aside, I would just point out that even if the poorest of the poor were smiling at Don Jr., there's no way that they weren't also thinking he would have preferred Ivanka. But the actual substantial problem with this trip was the ethical questions that it posed, in part because those who bought into those condos got offered conversation and dinner with Don Jr., which is fine for a private citizen, but it becomes problematic if he's perceived as representing the government. And while he insisted that he was just a private businessman doing private business things, one side
he knew it was like that.
reshaping Indo-Pacific ties in the new era of cooperation, which sure as shit sounds like foreign policy. They must have realised that it was not, because the title was later changed to
fireside chats with Donald Trump Jr., Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization. Presumably, in between, it was Boomer's big boy business, which owned Donald Trump still.
What?
I will say this in danger.
I know what time it is. You really trying to rush me?
Because as he joined that fireside chat, he doesn't seem to be anywhere to be.
Again, I think these days I see him so little that we don't actually talk politics. Now, when I think, hey, why don't I call him just to say hi? I think about the stuff that he's dealing with on a daily basis. When something goes on, in a country far, far away, and I don't even want to bother him. I feel it's almost trite to call him just to say hello. Does that make any sense? It probably doesn't.
No, you're right. It doesn't. At all. Because calling your dad just to say hello would never seem trite, because that's just not what the word trite means. In any shape or form. But I will say this, he can call his dad or not call him. It doesn't really matter. Because after this week, one thing about Donald Trump is that you could be sitting right in front of him and he can even tell you that he hears you. But that does not mean he's listening to a fucking word you're saying. And now...
My first memory is of literally running my own thumb to my mom's curling restaurant. And a blessing there right with my first.
Good thing I can't feel my fingers for the last few years.
It's okay, I can't really feel most of my digits.
Good thing I can't feel any of my fingers since the late 80s. I can't feel most of my fingers. I can't feel my fingers.
Yes, my finger is so dead at parties, I bet people how long can leave it in a flame. It's like a dead finger.
No sensation left, really. A little bit of salt in the sauce and over the shoulder for lunch.
Personally, I feel sparkling. It cleans up your messes, and it won't clean up your wall and house. Amazing. Amazing.
You got that right.
Our main story tonight concerns Italy, the country that gave us spaghetti, the Colosseum, and in a roundabout way, the guy who played Turkey. So, it's a rich tapestry, that's basically what I'm saying. Now, Italy's holding an election next Sunday to select a new parliament and eventually a new prime minister. You're probably thinking at this point, I don't even know who Italy's current prime minister is. I assumed it was just a Vespa in a tank top. Well, don't be too hard on yourself. There's been a lot of it. This will actually be Italy's 65th government in just over 70 years. So at that rate, it's probably hard for Italians to remember who their leader is. For the record, it's this man. Also for the record, it's not that man. I just typed Italian man into a stock image site, and he is what came up. But this election is coming at a difficult time for Italy, and the run-up to it has been toxic.
Italy is seeing a rise in political violence ahead of its national elections on March 4th. On Thursday, riot took police fired water cannons and tear gas as they clashed with far-left protesters marching against a nearby neo-fascist rally. Over the past month, there have been a series of political-motivated stabbings and beatings in some Italian cities.
It's true. Italy is in turmoil and is dabbling with fascism, and that is worrying everyone. Because the last time they did that, they rolled up with Mussolini, to put it nicely, Turner to Hitler's Hooch. And suddenly the conditions are right for fascism to flourish there. Italy is Europe's third largest economy, and its public debt is
Because I was going to say, I typed on and said, I'm glad that you were agreeing with something that we were going to agree to keep our air quality done. Then okay.
Open fire. Meanwhile, unemployment is high and politicians
Preach this shit. I don't tell them her motherfucking hair. Y'all say, well, she ain't over here. This last one was preaching. Like you was
basically the same problem that has plagued American elections.
They was going to take her to shop
Fabrizio
your hair.
Messina is a senior editor at
So actually what I'm going to put in here is like, okay, so I'm going to take her hair down, wash it, and have it ready for you and let me this weekend when you get her.
Such a brilliant
That's it.
figures like Pope Francis.
That's what I wanted. I wanted them to know we not paying for that. But my daughter already know that.
Fake news is like getting sexually aroused by feces. It truly is a magical time to be alive. It seems, yet again, a large European country is teetering on the edge of chaos. And because of that, it is worth looking at the Italian election because everything about it is fascinating. And let's begin
wash it and have it ready for you.
Former Prime Minister Matteo Renzi, he is a centrist, and he has
That's
been
it.
dramatically after making a bold attempt to reform Italy's political system, a referendum that did not go well for him.
So now when this shit ain't
And I say
home,
loud and clear, even if I have a lump in my throat, I wasn't taken. Long live Italy and good luck to all of us.
Wow, that is ominous. That's like a pilot coming on over the loudspeaker and saying, well folks, looks like old Captain Doug came on short this time. Anyway, sit back, relax, and good luck.
she comes to your house Friday.
Anti-establishment sentiment, and that is entirely understandable. The country has well-documented problems with corruption, and the government is famously corrupt. And one of the most
So when Jay get that message,
is called Five Star.
I'm gonna screenshot that shit right now. Boom. So when they try to delete my generation or whatever, it's time stepped in my screen in my picture, so you can't say the conversation didn't happen.
Yep. That's what's up, man. That's why I said document everything with these motherfuckers, cause
That's right. Five Star was started by a committee who organised demonstrations called Vaffanculo Day, which translates
I took a picture of the start of it saying regarding her hair, blah blah blah. Boom. There you go. There's the whole conversation. So you can't say that.
And since he stepped away from the fight, and Five Star's candidate is 31-year-old Luigi Di Maio, and I'm arguing that 31 is
gonna take the
boy.
So should I?
I do not want him running Italy for two.
Who all should I take up there? I gotta take Edward.
Ezekiel going on, bro. Everybody but Anthony, big ass. Leave the babies here with us. Bring Alicia up here, put her ass in there.
So take Edward.
And this is why today
What?
will actually fly.
I hate that he noticed all the time. See, he asked, Ezekiel asked me not.
See, I told you.
What? I know what time it is. Y'all gonna keep rushing me and we ain't going nowhere. Say something to me again about that goddamn time. We ain't going nowhere. Bet you little motherfuckers won't think about it again.
While they are against a lot of things, it is much less clear what they're actually for. And in recent months, they've shown an ugly side, taking an increasingly hardline stance.
Cause I want to beat some ass.
Criticising some rescue efforts in the Mediterranean as sea taxi services that must end. In addition, some vaccine skepticism.
I'm gonna beat some ass. Let's go get up there now. You gonna get there? Gonna come home and hold the fucking airplanes. Airplane. You gonna start coming home with airplane.
Including 4 deaths just last year. And that should not be happening in this day and age. It's like hearing 4 people were trampled to death in line in a blockbuster video.
Zoom the position or something? Whatever the hell, however y'all say it.
We're collectively moved past that by now. Now, next, we're going to believe it's a far-right party led by Matteo Salvini, like Renzi, also appeared on an Italian game show. Not just as a 12-year-old child, but also later again when he was 20, answering trivia questions and racing around with boxes on his feet. And I do hope that you enjoyed those clips because that is as likely
All right.
as Salvini gets.
I guess we'll be back. I'll give them about 10 minutes.
He's taken a hard line.
Shit, I didn't say they had to stay the whole time. I said I'll take it.
Rape, theft, and violence. And this traffic needs some pretty alarming rhetoric.
Joining our prison were massive.
I'll take it. I didn't say we had to
From one
stay.
street to the next, from one neighborhood to the next, town square to town square, with strong methods if necessary.
Wow.
a mass cleaning with strong methods.
I hope y'all
Sounds
read
like a
that
fascist Mary Poppins. So basically, Mary Poppins. And the frightening thing is, not all Italian voters are concerned by Salvini. One told the New York Times, I like him because he puts Italians first, and I guess he's a fascist too. What can you do? To which the obvious answer is, don't vote for him. That's literally the only thing you should do. And if you think at this point, wait, you don't know someone who might really put it on with this one. Well, don't worry, of course they've met. Of course they have. Oh, I'm sorry, you thought maybe Trump would not pop up in this story. Think again. He is truly the Forrest Gump of human misery. But this is true. Salvini, every Trump during the 2016 campaign, Trump reportedly told Salvini that he hoped he would become Prime Minister of Italy soon. And I hope sincerely that does not happen, because Salvini's Trump has attracted some nasty followers. Just look at what happened earlier this month.
A far-right supporter in central Italy is accused of opening fire on African migrants on Saturday, wounding 6 of them. After the shooting, he drove in front of a war monument and made a fascist salute wearing what looked like an Italian flag.
Now, that man in question reportedly called Salvini his captain and was one of the lead's candidates for a local election last year, which is awful. Although it should be noted that in that election, he received no votes, which means not only did his family and friends not vote for him, he didn't even vote for himself. Even if you're a racist, murderous piece of shit, if you don't know anything, you should at least get one vote, or you're just a fucking idiot. So in the midst of economic uncertainty, fake news and case baiting, it is clear that what Italy needs is someone to step up and lead them out of trouble. I'm talking about a bold, new voice, a fresh leader of tomorrow. So please, show us Italy. Who shall be your knight in shining armor?
Many Filipinos politically finished. Done. But Silvio Berlusconi, Italy's full-time Prime Minister, is making a comeback.
Oh, it's true. He's back. Silvio Berlusconi. Sorry, that's HPV. Silvio Berlusconi. Sorry, that's just a condom filled with marinara sauce. Silvio Berlusconi has returned. And the most recent polls actually had his coalition in the lead. So Italy is seriously considering taking Berlusconi back. It is what the rest of us brushing up on him, because he is one of history's most ludicrous students. His ego is legendary. He once claimed, my greatness is without question, my human substance, my history, other people dream to have. And in the years that Berlusconi was in power, he built a quasi-cult of personality around himself, perhaps best exemplified by this campaign song from 2008. Has to literally be Silvio Berlusconi's fantasy. A world where he's apparently the only man left on Earth, and every woman sings about him whilst fondling produce. Now, obviously, what most people know about Berlusconi can be summed up in 2 words. The word bonga twice. He famously hosted sex parties which allegedly featured scores of orgies and female guests dressed up as nuns, nurses, and even Barack Obama, which is both deeply weird and somehow deeply progressive. Silvio Berlusconi would like to explore a mixed race homosexual experience. Good on you, pig monster. But that is just the beginning. He owns a stake in TV channels, some of which are broadcast shows that have been criticised for their coarse content, including literally treating women like pieces of meat. But that's not all. He also owned a football team called AC Milan, but couldn't even talk to their players without getting beat.
When are you going to just to see? I'm on. I can't do it. But because everyone says she is the prettiest.
Oh, what a terrific boss! Hello there, employee. Where's your spouse I'd like to fuck? Don't worry, I'm too old to fuck her now. Otherwise, I would go. We're having fun, aren't we, paid subordinates? We do have fun. And look, the fact that Berlusconi is an irrepressible bulldog is funny, but it's one of the those other parties allegedly featured a 17-year-old girl who Berlusconi paid for sex, and when the whole scandal broke,
Italy's response was less than charming.
Da sempre io dopo un'attività di interrotto di lavoro.
I have always worked with no interruption, and if it sometimes happens to be to see the face of a beautiful girl, I say, better to like girls than to be gay.
That's a terrible thing to say, and it's not even connected to the terrible thing you're being accused of. He's basically Bernie Madoff saying everybody is to be a complete crook than to be Puerto Rican. Fuck you, Bernie! How did you just make this worse? And on the one stage, Berlusconi's diplomacy left a lot to be desired. He joked more than once that President Obama wasn't hanged, and allegedly made a comment about Angela Merkel that was so controversial he was confronted about it in an interview that was spectacularly awkward.
You have a particular problem with Angela Merkel. Is it true you called her an unfuckable lardass?
Alicia was sleeping on the couch, so I'm not going to move her. I gotta unlock the doors out, Ezekiel. She's still on the couch, so I didn't think you wanted to pick her up and move her.
Hell no, because I don't want other ways to wake up. And I'll go down there and check on her. It's carpet right there, so she'll be alright.
She'll be alright.
That's what I said. It's carpet right
Go
there.
upstairs and put that marshmallow, Pikachu, whatever the fuck it is, put it where if Alicia fall off the couch and fall on it. Don't hold it. Here, Edward, put this on the porch. Can you get the porches out of my car? Put this on the porch. So, yeah, make sure that Pikachu is like right there where just in case Alicia fall off the couch and fall on top of Pikachu. One of y'all, that big ass Pikachu, shit, she won't bust her shit if she fall on Pikachu. Pikachu big as hell. She won't fall on Pikachu. I mean, she won't hit the floor if she fall on Pikachu. Submit my records. Wait, what? The door's open over here. The door's open on that side. This girl done came outside in school, fucking with her pajama outfit. Let it close. You hear me?
Yeah.
She gonna be out there, motherfucker. Now, I got my taxes. I get my taxes. I did the winter's rebate. I don't know how long that shit's gonna take. I don't know how long any of this shit gonna take. It's gonna come back. Because it's mailed in, and then you gotta wait for it to be mailed in.
You said you gotta wait for it to be mailed in?
Or because it's Berlusconi, getting to second place with an inappropriately young sheep. And he's positioning himself as a kingmaker in this election and may well end up having a key role in picking the next leader, and that is not good, because his alliance includes Matteo Salvini, the game show fascist from earlier, who could well get a high-powered position in the new administration. So, really, what I'm saying is, you have to feel for Italy, because the outcomes do not look good. There are a lot of bad options ranging from an awful prime minister to no outright winner, plunging Italy into political limbo. But wait, because there's actually one more wild card. Under Italian law, the governing coalition, whoever that is, could still pick a non-politician who's had nothing to do with this campaign so far. So it could be some random jackass that Italy has never heard of. And if you don't see where I'm going with this, you've clearly never seen this fucking show before. Because we asked half a dozen Italian legal experts, and while they told me that I couldn't run for Prime Minister of Italy, they also admitted there is no explicit provision in the Italian constitution that says non-citizens can't run for Prime Minister. So as far as I'm concerned, we have ourselves an airball scenario. Remember, the rules of basketball do not explicitly state that he couldn't play. Next thing you know, the dog's dunking. Well, I am that dog, Italy, so alley-oop, motherfuckers. technically I'm one of those. You like politicians to appear on TV with animals? Please, it's like Jumanji up in here. Someone bring me my Lambo. Bring me my Lambo. Hello there, buddy. Look at that, see? You adorable little creature. Do you like this, Italy? Of course you do. Yes, exactly. There's plenty more where this came from. I've got 40 lamps backstage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy maternity. Oh, Italy. You see tonight's candidates to be as contestants on Italian game shows. Well, sadly, I have not actually done that. However, since you are swimming in fake news over there, I see absolutely no reason not to lie and tell you that I have. Here is me on an old Italian game show. Vorrei dare la soluzione. Basta primavera! Basta primavera! No. Basta primavera! Stupido inglese! Why did I go to the trouble of making a game show in which I lost? I think deep down it's just who I am. Oh, and one final thing, I know that Berlusconi has a remote control volcano that he won't let you see. Well, Italia, I'll let you see mine. Yes! Oh, yes!
They didn't think I would do it, but I did it. Really having this shit, really winning. Was times that I thought I'd forever be sinning and spinning whatever to spend on the business. But God bless the game, did it all but a city. All the shots they let off, but ain't hit. All the shots they let off, they ain't mentioned was hitting. Go ask why he's finding them living. Never change, I'm the same as you sent me. The only thing changes the pay for my fee. Can't forget about the diamonds and chains on my pendant was stronger, but now we each stay for a minute. If we ever fell out, you was fake or a beat. Niggas quick to switch sides, don't be standing on shit. But yet I'm the biggest, ain't changing my click. Every six disrespect and get put in that dick. I came up off for rapping, no prices for free. $1 million combos out to eat for my steam. Big out bows and condos, letting lows go for C. Random block with my little bro shit.
Street smells. Harvey's Charbroiled Frisco Burger and Toasted Sourdough and Signature Mushroom Sauce Burger. Fan favorites for over 30 years and counting. Served with 100% Angus beef. Harvey's, goodness in the making.
$1 billion CDC budget.
The only other things that have dropped 96% in the last 2 decades are Lyco searches and Tickle Me Elmo-related stampedes. And it's not just the CDC struggling to collect reliable gun-related information. For decades, the NRA successfully lobbied to prevent the ATF from having a database that is electronically searchable by name when tracing the origins of firearms. So, for instance, this is what they have to do with documents from gun shops that have gone out of business.
Workers here are left with an antiquated system that traces 350,000 guns a year, requiring them to review by hand tons of paper records and 500 million entries on microfilm. Many of the records are very legible.
So, for example, these are records that we received as a result of Hurricane Katrina. We're to dry these out in the parking lot.
That is clearly absurd, because that does not look like a present-day record of gun ownership. It looks like the manifesto from the Spanish galleon that sank in 1610. So how the fuck has the NRA managed to accomplish all of this? Because the truth is, they're not that large an organisation. They claim they have a membership of around 5 million. And that is 3 million fewer members than Planet Fitness. And the members of Planet Fitness have almost no power. Most of them don't even have the power to actually go to Planet Fitness. And that is true. That is true. by mid-January, that place is nothing more than a storage facility for grape-coloured exercise bikes. And while the NRA does spend a lot of money lobbying, they are frequently outspent by even the NAR, or National Association of Realtors, a group of whiny bastards who somehow convinced all of us we need to live indoors like a bunch of nerds. But the real power of the NRA is in its members, who are highly motivated and can be mobilised quickly. Just look at the website of the NRA's Political Action Committee. You'll find alerts to practically every piece of legislation around the country, and not just like your congressman alerts. Alerts like the following bills are scheduled to be heard on June 14th at 9 a.m. in room 126 of the state capitol, because they know their members often show up. And one of the reasons they're able to rally their base so effectively is they have a really simple message.
It's all about a single issue. There's no 4-point plan that they have to defend, and I would point out they only have to say no. So they're not for anything, they're against something. A single issue, one word.
Exactly. It's a lot easier to drum up support when you're just flatly against something. There is a reason that TLC insisted upon no scrubs, and not the implementation of a national registry of potential scrubs, aka busters, that would screen for scrub-like tendencies or affiliations with those scrubs. They knew no scrubs is a lot catchier. And the truth about politics is, it's about showing up. Remember the mentioned 2 million members? Well, a national poll at that time found that 88% of people supported universal background checks, and yet Manchin's office maintains that of the calls it received, they ran 200 to 1 in opposition to the bill. And that is why it is important to actually call your congressman. You can't just hit them up on Twitter or Facebook, because you won't get a personal response, or even worse, you get a very personal response indeed. Put it away, Carlos. Put it away. And remember, having a Dickey Amendment, which has effectively kept the CDC from studying gun violence, it is now opposed by both the American Medical Association and Jay Dickey, the man who sponsored it in the first place. And yet, whenever a member of Congress tries to kill it, as Leroy did last summer, this is how it goes.
Let's support research to prevent gun violence, protect our communities, and save lives. Thank you.
Question is on the Leroy amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion
It's like watching a committee of deer voting against investigating the effects of oncoming cars. Let's stand still and like our chances, and those headlights are shining. And if you're thinking, well, I'm sure after Orlando, if someone tries that, they'll succeed, because we're all paying attention now. Well, here's the thing about that. Representative Tony Cardenas tried to overturn it again just this Wednesday with an amendment to a mental health bill, and this was the result.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Any chair, the ayes have it.
Are you fucking kidding me? That happened 4 days ago. And I'm guessing that you're hearing about it for the first time now. To be honest, we probably found out about it yesterday, and we've been working on this story all week. And look, the Dickey Amendment is emblematic of a chokehold the NRA has over even basic gun data, and it should obviously be overturned. But the hard truth is, NRA members seem to care more consistently about preventing gun control than most of us do about passing it. Because while you might be focused on gun control right now, they were focused on it 2 weeks before Orlando, and they'll still be focused on it 2 weeks from now. So this is where I would usually say, call your senator or representative and tell them you want to repeal the Dickey Amendment. And you should absolutely do that if you want to. But you're going to continue to do more than that. You're going to need to call them again and remind them to repeal it. Then call them on their birthday and say, happy birthday, and also get rid of the Dickey Amendment. Call them on Arbor Day and say, happy Arbor Day, whatever that is. By the way, what's going on with that Dickey Amendment? Call them on days where there wasn't a mass shooting, and I know those days are getting fewer and farther between, and say, hey, it's me again, what the fuck's up with the Dickey Amendment? Because repealing it is not asking much. It's not gun control. It's enabling us to have an informed conversation about what that could look like. And if a one proposal you like is on the table, you're going to have to make all those calls again. Because remember, it doesn't take much to members haven't. If you want to see serious changes, you actually have to show up every fucking day. And now, this.
And now, 61 seconds are still helping people to deliver the exact sunlight they need.
He's a notorious total manufacturer and the total king. The total king. Not without controversy. Not without controversy. A collector of treasures. A victor of trophies. Dirty money. Dirty money. Bad actors. Bad actors.
And both are false.
Both are false. Not the varsity team.
Not the varsity team.
East German Secret Police. East German Secret Police. So alarms are going off. Alarms are going off. Took 16 years. Took 16 years.
Because you're a cop.
Because I was a cop.
The class system was that rigid.
Was that rigid? Just accept that. Accept that we're going to get in. We're not to get in. You want to get space? You want to get space? You tell us. You can do it. You touch it. You touch it. Then they go home. And then they go home. After. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Just like that. Just like that.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. You guys getting this? This is chaos, man. People are dying. We're the smartest men in America. The resources to take over the world. This house just became humanity's global educator. This is terrifying.
That was the biggest fish I've ever seen in real life, I think.
Built without limits. Dynapro. Hungry tire. Members Mark is your everyday. Elevated. It's items that are crafted with the best ingredients you can trust to create moments that will foster connections with families, communities, and friends. Members Mark. Exclusively at Sam's Club.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns the United Kingdom, birthplace of the Beatles, and yet very much the world's dreamer. Now, on Thursday, the UK faces an in-out referendum on whether to leave the European Union. And incidentally, an in-out referendum is also what most English people call sex. I'd say that was a jolly good in-out referendum, Priscilla. Capital stuff, old girl. Simply capital. You may not have heard about this referendum unless you watch financial evidence, where it's usually referred to by a catchy name.
There's a lot of fear out there in the marketplace about the Brexit vote that's coming up.
Brexit is getting traction.
A new survey this morning focuses on Brexit fears. Brexit is one of the major concerns in the market at the moment.
I think the scariest thing about Brexit is the name Brexit. Because it's unknown. I mean, it's like, wow, Brexit. Whoa, be afraid. Conjuring Brexit.
Okay, calm down. Brexit doesn't sound scary, it just sounds like a shitty granola bar you buy at the airport. Hey, this tastes like a preserved alcohol in fucking I'm going to Singapore. You pushed me into it. I know, if you're watching this outside the UK, you're probably thinking, what should I care about what Britain does with the EU? Honestly, as long as those crooked tooth stone goblins keep shitting out royal babies in episodes of Doctor Who, I don't give a tally ho fuck what happens there. And fair enough, but a Brexit or British exit could have wide-ranging implications both for the UK and the world's economy. And first, we might have to understand what the European Union actually is. The idea came after the Second World War, but there was understandably a desire to keep the continent from tearing itself apart yet again. And it has since evolved into an economic union of 28 countries whose citizens can trade and move freely across borders and negotiate international agreements as a bloc. But despite being a wonder, Britain has always had an arm's-length relationship with the EU. For instance, it doesn't use the euro, and some British politicians have been openly hostile right in the face of EU officials.
I don't want to be rude, but you have the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. And the question that I want to ask, that we're all going to ask, is who are you? I've never heard of you. Nobody in Europe have ever heard of you.
That is painful to watch, and not just because of all of those insults and things people in the UK have said about me. And look, the EU is not perfect. It's large, confounding, and relentlessly bureaucratic. Think of it like Gerard Depardieu. It's an unbuilt European body that's a source of great bewilderment. and bus for the last month with the words, "We send the EU £350 million a week" written on the side. But that number has been thoroughly debunked. It's actually about £190 million a week when you consider a rebate the UK receives and other money that the EU sends back. On top of which, if Britain does leave the EU, it may have to spend close to that amount just to access the common market. So what the bus should really say is, we actually send the EU £190 million a week, which is a proportion of our GDP makes sound business sense. In fact, considering the benefits we bring in return, oh shit, we're running out of bus. Okay, bye-bye. Now, one of the other main talking points from pro-Brexit campaigns has been the EU's onerous regulations. It's even a centerpiece of the original pro-Brexit movie, Brexit the Movie.
What if you can create your own?
The Pop the Balloon copyright drama with Arlette, Amuli, and DM continues. They responded back to the backlash they got for putting automatic copyright claims, stopping reaction channels from making money off of any reactions they do from their videos, even if the reactions is fair use. Obviously, this had people very upset because reaction channels have been making bank, have been reacting to Pop the Balloon, and they were even encouraged to react to the channel and react to the videos from Arlette and DM themselves. So here is their reaction and here is their fix to the situation. In response to the backlash, Arlette writes, as of recently, a reactor channel ran our video through their content ID system and we got hit with a copyright claim on our own video. Producing this content takes a lot of work and organization, so as you can imagine, this was a major setback and a huge issue to sort out. This was a reminder of how important it is to protect our work. So here's what we're doing next. We partner with Future Limited to manage our content and monetization on our channels. We're launching a revenue sharing program for reactors. If you create reaction content and want to stay in the loop and earn from it, apply through the link in the description box of our latest upload.
Check out this clip of Stephen A. Smith breaking down the 12 versus Joe Flacco battle.
I think that you had people looking to give him a reality check. I think they're going to want to see whether or not that ego that people were talking about is something that they're going to have to concern themselves with. And unfortunately, I think they're going to test him. And that's why I think he's going to be prevented from starting week 1. Not because he won't deserve it. I just think they're going to test it. Pertains to Joe Flacco. He is a fan favorite that took them to the playoffs a couple of years ago. So we have to pay attention to that. And he can fling that football, and that experience does matter. It's not just about football.
All 12 has to do is dominate camp and show the team he's better. Me personally, I think he has a good chance to start week 1. Let me know how you feel in the comments. Check out this clip of Stephen A. Smith breaking down the 12 versus Joe Flacco battle.
I think that you had people looking to give him a reality check. I think they're going to want to see whether or not that ego that people were talking about is something that they're going to have to concern themselves with.
What you talking about, man?
I think they're going to test him, and that's why I think he's going to be prevented from starting week 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The test pertains to Joe Flacco. He is a fan favorite that took him to the playoffs a couple of years ago, so we have to pay attention to that. And he can fling that football, and that experience does matter. It's not just about football.
All 12 has to do is dominate camp and show the team he's better. Me personally, I think he has a good chance to start week 1. Let me know how you feel in the comments. Check out this clip of Stephen A. Smith breaking down the 12 versus Joe Flacco battle.
I think that you had people to give him a reality check. I think they're going to want to see whether or not that ego that people were talking about is something that they're going to have to concern themselves with. And
they gonna make me kick their ass. I mean, they ain't washing their ass either.
Prevented from starting week 1. I think he won't deserve it. I think they're going to test the pertains to Joe Flacco. He was a fan favorite that took him to the playoffs a couple of years ago. So we have to pay attention to that. If he can fling that football, and that experience does matter. It's not just about football.
All 12 has to do is dominate camp and show the team he's better. Me personally, I think he has a good chance to start week 1. Let me know how you feel in the comments. Check out this clip of Stephen A. Smith breaking down the 12 versus Joe Flacco battle.
I think that you had people looking to give him a reality check. I think they're going to want to see whether or not that ego that people were talking about is something that they're going to have to concern themselves with. And unfortunately, I think they're going to test him. And that's why I think he's going to be prevented from starting week 1. Not because he won't deserve it. I just think they're going to test it. Pertains to Joe Flacco. He is a fan favorite that took him to the playoffs a couple of years ago. So we have to pay attention to that. And he can fling that football, and that experience does matter. It's not just about football.
All 12 has to do is dominate camp and show the team he's better. Me personally, I think he has a good chance to start week 1. Let me know how you feel in the comments. Check out this clip of Stephen A. Smith breaking down the 12 versus Joe Flacco battle.
I think to give him a reality check. I think they're going to want to see whether or not that ego that people were talking about is something that they're going to have to concern themselves with. And unfortunately, I think they're going to test him. And that's why I think he's going to be prevented from starting week 1. Not because he won't deserve it. I just think they're going to test it. Pertains to Joe Flacco. He is a fan favorite that took him to the playoffs a couple of years ago. So we have to pay attention to that. If he can fling that football, and that experience does matter. It's not just about football.
All 12 has to do is dominate camp and show the team he's better. Me personally, I think he has a good chance to start week 1. Let me